I will call the December 8th, 2025 meeting of the Newtown Township Board of Supervisors to order. I will note that the board did meet in executive session at 6 p.m. where we discussed the following items. With regards to litigation matters, one special exception case, one conditional use case, and one enforcement issue. And then with regards to personnel matter, we discussed a potential disability issue. With that being said, Mr. Nease, can you please call the roll?
Mr. Altieri.
Here.
Ms. Roberts Lightcap.
Here.
Mr. Russo.
Here.
Ms. Chanlis.
Here.
Mr. San Francisco.
Here.
Your engineer, solicitor, and manager are here.
Thank you very much. We'll now move down to the moment of silence and the Pledge of Allegiance. And we'll stand for the pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. I will note as well, in addition to us having executive session at 6 o'clock, I would be remiss if I didn't also wish a happy belated birthday to our township solicitor, Mr. Sikora. So happy birthday. Thanks for having a township meeting with us tonight. We hope that's a good gift for you. We'll now move down to section 5, agenda 5.1. Can I get a motion to actually amend the agenda? A motion to amend the agenda to set the hearing date for the consideration of the Campus Blvd Redevelopment Ordinance, amending the code and zoning map for December 22nd, 2025. Copies are available at the Township Building and will be on the website, and that'll be now item 12.4.
So moved.
Second.
Motion has been made and seconded to amend the agenda. We'll first make the motion to accept that change on the agenda, and then we'll vote to adopt the actual amended agenda. So all those in favor of amending the agenda signify by saying aye.
Aye. Aye.
All those opposed, motion carries. Now I'll make a motion to adopt the agenda as amended. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Motion is made by Supervisor San Francisco, seconded by Supervisor Roberts Lightcap. Is there any board discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 All those opposed, motion carries. All right, we'll move down to section 6, public comment for agenda items only. If there's any members of the public who wish to provide any public comment, please go to the podium and state your name and address for the record.
Good evening, members of the board. My name is Cheryl Grasso, 3514 Goshen Road, Newtown Square. I'm speaking tonight regarding agenda item number 12.1, consider approving the recommendations for committee restructuring. I understand the goal of the proposed restructuring is streamlining board operations, including combining committees where there is overlap. I also understand the desire to reduce duplicative conversations and ensure committees are working in a coordinated and efficient way. What I would like to address tonight is reducing the size of some of the remaining committees. I ask the board to reconsider maintaining the current size of the EAC and the Finance Committee. The mission of the Newtown Township's EAC, according to the Township website, is to advise on matters dealing with protection, conservation, management, promotion, and use of the finite natural resources located within our township. Our EAC has helped deliver meaningful programs such as Sustainable Newtown, led tree planting initiatives, advised on stormwater management and environmentally friendly solutions, including rain gardens, and championed Bird Town and Tree City. The EAC's newsletter contributions also play an important role in public education, helping residents understand practical steps they can take to protect and enhance our environment. Regarding the Finance Committee, the stated responsibility on the Township website is to oversee and provide guidance to the Board of Supervisors and the Township staff related to financial matters. A strong Finance Committee expands the Township's capacity for thoughtful budgeting, analysis, and long-range financial planning. After listening to recent recordings of the Finance Committee, the committee is actively trying to support the Board of Supervisors and asking for goals and directions. Reducing its size may narrow the range and experience and insight it can provide to the Board of Supervisors as it considers future fiscal decisions. With the comprehensive plan on the horizon in 2026, our boards and committees will be even more important. Once that plan is completed, we will rely on these committees to help turn the community's vision into reality. For these reasons, I ask the board to consider maintaining the current size of the EAC and the Finance Committee. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Is there any other public comment? Come up at the podium.
Good evening. My name is Janet Gravamis. I live at 23 Paper Mill Road in Newtown Square for 42 years. I'm here to represent the Environmental Advisory Council. I'm also our Birdtown Newtown Square co-chair, and I am the secretary of Birdtown, Pennsylvania for the state of Pennsylvania. We now have 95 bird towns in our state. I don't know what the procedure is. Do I talk about what I want to do now, or do I talk about it when it gets to 12.3?
Well, good. Make your comment on 12.3. I guess that makes the most sense,
Very
Janet.
good. That's the-
Janet, you can do it now. You can do it now. Sorry about that. If I wasn't clear, you can do it now. Yeah, it's the proper time.
All right, very good. So I want to thank the Board of Supervisors for addressing the issue of supporting the Birdtown important bird area. Let me start by saying, with your permission, the Environmental Advisory Council at our township Birdtown would like to purchase from our EAC budget 5 IBAs, that's an important bird area sign, to place at the entrance of our meadow preserve and our township parks that fall within the boundaries of the Upper Ridley Crum IBA as designated by Audubon. At present, our meadow preserve denotes online that the preserve sits within the Ridley Creek State Park watershed, the center of an important bird area. We currently do not have any of the IBA signs, which highlights the importance of this area for resident birds and those that migrate through our township every spring and fall. A review of the Audubon IBA program reveals that most of Newtown Square falls within the Upper Ridley Crum IBA, including several of our parks. The Upper Ridley Crum important bird area includes Ridley Creek State Park, Tyler Arboretum, and a vast expanse of privately owned land north of Route 3. Other publicly accessible sites include Willistown Conservation Trust and several preserves owned by the Willistown Conservation Trust. The ornithological summary says the site is significant for its use during migration and the nesting season as a large patch of green in a fully suburbanized region. The IBA acts as a vital stopover site for many species of neotropical migrant songbirds, and several woodland species of concern stay for the summer and nest within the IBA. With the help of our Valley Forge Audubon chapter and National Audubon, we have been given permission to purchase the IBA sign through Voss Signs, which holds the proprietary signs for the Audubon Society. The signs are pre-drilled and so that they can be mounted easily to an existing structure. Signs could be displayed at our Drexel Park Lodge, Gable Park, Newtown Meadow Preserve, Rear Park, Goshen Walking Park. We're not sure if the Paper Mill House new trail is part of that Upper Ridley Creek area as well. The IBA signage supports our commitment as a bird town and is an outstanding opportunity to highlight the unique location of Newtown Township with our natural resources. We're located along the Mid-Atlantic Migratory Flyway, as well as a designated important bird area. Most birds migrate at night, resting in our yards to refuel during the day. Having native plant gardens gives each of us an opportunity to support our migrating birds as well as our year-round bird residents. Our residents can highlight their support by establishing their yards as a bird-friendly habitat through a new Bird Town initiative. In closing, our Bird Town Committee thanks the Board of Supervisors for passing a Lights Out proclamation, which helps our birds with their migration, and a native plant resolution supporting 85% native plants on township property. With your approval, we look forward to presenting the signs and making a short presentation on the IBA program to the Board of Supervisors. And we'd like to thank you, the township, for supporting Birdtown and our committee members who include co-chair Cindy Mulholland and Cheryl Grosso. And here's the sign that we would be able to place within our parks. And of course, it notes that this site is part of a global network of places recognized for their outstanding value in bird conservation. The other sign I'd like to show is the new bird-friendly habitat sign that has been developed by the Bird Town. And this is one that it's a recognition. It's not like you have to have somebody come out and certify your yard. You answer a few questions, whether or not you have nesting sites, water, food for the birds. And so anyone can apply using this QR code here. So we hope by this summer to have a lot of our neighbors have one of these signs. And we have it during the Ashley tree planting. One of those residents was happy to sign up for this sign. So we were happy about that. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Janet. Any other public comment? Go up to the podium, please.
Hi, I'm Cindy Young, 11 Springton Point Drive. I would like to thank the Village of Four Seasons for conducting a traffic impact study that was not required by Township Ordinance and taking into consideration the safety and security of the people in Newtown Square, especially those who drive on Gradyville Road. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other public comment? Just keep going up to the podium, everyone.
Good evening, Cindy Mahalo, 87 Hunters Run, Newtown Square. I would like to comment first on the item about the Birdtown signs, whatever number that is. Just to say that I would concur with Janet's comments and request that the board approve the posting of the signs. I'd like to raise some other aspects, and that is I know that the board is very proud, and rightfully so, of its fiscal management. And I could say that these signs are a very low cost, and they are a very effective, cost-effective means of educating the public. And they would, posting them would be congruent with the township's very prescient support of Birdtown for many years. The township should be proud of itself that it was among the first townships in the state to become a bird town. And you can hear that there are now 95 bird towns throughout the state, and Newtown Square was one of the first. To that point, I'd like to link these signs to things like the fact that next year our country is celebrating its 250th anniversary. It is a time for reflecting on our cultural heritage, our national heritage, and our natural resources, the things that make us special, the things from our past. And our environment and our habitat here is part of what makes us special. Also, we can link it to the fact that we will have numerous thousands, tens of thousands of visitors here next year for the PGA tournament. When those people are here, they could be informed that this is a very special place to visit. There are many historical, cultural, natural resources in the area, and being an important bird area is something very unique to Newtown Square, and it could be a point of pride. Secondly, I would like to also comment on 12.1, the recommendations for the committee restructuring. I've been a member of the EAC for probably over 10 years, and most recently have served as the vice chair of the EAC. I understand the burden that is placed on the township staff and the Board of Supervisors by the fact that we have such robust, enthusiastic volunteers who are willing and excited to serve on these committees. I have spoken and heard from several of them, and to be honest, they are rather deflated by the proposed decision to scale down, eliminate, consolidate some of these bodies. I understand there were a number of reasons stated for doing this. In my mind, I could think of other solutions that might have addressed some of the concerns and pains And in the interest of time, I won't get into those. But I heard a lot of talk about efficiency and process and streamlining. But I would just ask the supervisors to think about other aspects such as enthusiasm, energy, and expertise. To Cheryl's comments earlier, when you have 5 members on a body such as the EAC or the Finance Committee, that greatly impacts the opportunity for individuals with different areas of expertise to come and weigh in on a decision to provide alternative perspectives and to broaden and enrich the advice and recommendations, which is, as Cheryl stated, part of the mission of the EAC is to provide information on best practices. You have more subject matter expertise to be enrich the decisions and the recommendations that are presented to the board. I think it can only help you make better decisions. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Paul Seligson, 4727 Mill Hollow Lane, and also the chairman of Newtown Square in Bloom. And I'm addressing 8.2, the reorganization of the committees. In the most recent evaluation from the advisors of American Bloom, they wrote, and we thank the amazing volunteers from Newtown Square in Bloom, the Environmental Advisory Committee, Birdtown, Pennsylvania, Historic Society, Parks and Recreation, Dunwoody Village, and the Newtown Square Fire Department for your hospitality and your dedication and community vision. And, you know, I value that we have such high input. I wonder if you could table the vote until next year, 2026. I just heard about this reorganization. I'd like to make a table of other townships and see how they handle EAC, Parks and Recreation, Historic Society, who they report, you know, how does it go up? Do they have a liaison? Who is the liaison? I understand that for one person, it's a huge handicap, but it doesn't have to be. I'm not sure that that's the way that we have to slice the cake. It could be that we could have other people be the liaison back to the board, and it would work very successfully. I mean, I'm interested in hearing the discussion, but I ask that you have the vote in 26. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Anyone else with public comment?
Hi, my name is Trish Adams, 3873 Gradyville Road, and I would like to speak to 14.1 and 15.1, but I would like to provide comment and have it recorded for the record. Is now the time that I should provide that comment, or should I wait till later?
No, it's a good point, Trish. So for the land development, for the conditional use applications and land development, we'll allow public comment actually as part of the application process for that. So I think it's best to just hold off on that.
Perfect. Thank you very much.
Should announce that. Thank you. Mr. Butler.
Good evening, John Butler, 102 Hunters Run. I have some comments. One, if you look at the bill payment list, it's just check register. Looking at it, you really cannot tell what you're purchasing. I've never seen it like that. I've always been able to check it tells me what's going on in the town. I know a few months ago, there was a lot of bills coming from a gas station, like $40 or $50. And I'm assume our fleet is not that bad. But looking at what you approved, there's no way to know. I believe there was no gas station and you were getting gas there. That's what I'm surmising. But it should be on the list that you vote for what's actually being spent. And it also gives you the public an idea of what the engineer and the attorneys are actually working on, which we don't have that exposure here. I'm really shocked about this reorganization of committees. I heard the rumor the other day, and I didn't even realize it was going to be finance. I don't think it's not part of the agenda, what the proposal is, and it appears that you plan to vote here tonight. I got the impression there was actually just 3 boards, not including the finance. And I looked at it, there was like a total of 26 volunteers that have served on these boards for many years. And it appears that it must be more committees that you're talking about. The EAC, they are really undermanned at 5. And the idea of cutting them down to 3 is really a disservice to the community. This was a green community. We're trying to preserve what we have left. And cutting it down to 3 isn't going to give them the ability to do the work that they've been doing. It's most likely the most active EAC that I've seen. And as the idea of the manager attending all these meetings, like I was a marble commissioner. The manager never came. The board split up in liaisons to the different boards. They didn't even come to each meeting, but they would take the information back to the board of things that happened there. There is no reason for the manager to attend any meeting. And if that's one of the reasons that you're cutting it down, and they don't get paid, they're all volunteers. And to get a community to have, if it's only 3 boards and the EAC, it's 26 volunteers. And that's the impression I got. And you're going to cut it down to 10. The community that can get 26 volunteers is really outstanding going on here. And the idea of the finance now being thrown in there, I asked the question in January if we have an amusement tax. I didn't get an answer, but now we have $1.5 million. That could have been brought up to the finance. You have Four Seasons here tonight, and I was told not to talk about Marple, but Marple has an impact fee, and Four Seasons, I believe, was paying Marple an impact fee for the lots that they developed in Marple. But I assume that you don't have that in Newtown. It's more revenue. We talked about finding more sources of revenue to maintain the tax structure here. And eliminating the finance committee or cutting it down, you're not going to have that opportunity to get more input. And I'm glad it looks like we're going to have a 0 budget increase this year. And the $1.5 million coming from the amusement tax that we didn't even talk about is really helping that. And, this should not be on the agenda tonight because it really hasn't been public exposure. And I'm talking, I don't even know what boards are being changed.
Well, John, I'm just because we get the point of the public comment. There's a presentation which has been duly advertised. Steve will make his presentation. I think it'll answer some of your questions, but I think your point's been taken.
Are you going to vote on it tonight?
Yes.
That is one of the agenda items, yeah. So unless the board decides to.
Can we have public comment when the public finds out what you're actually doing?
I'm going to let you finish your public comment, and then we'll move on to the next person. Any other public comment?
Hey, good evening. I'm Evan Pappas from 124 Tyson Road, sorry. I'll save my Four Seasons comments for later. I wanted to make a comment on agenda item 15.2, the Vision Zero resolution. I'm glad to see that we're implementing that. I think it's a great program, and it's good that we're going to be participating in that. I have a couple questions about that. Vision Zero is an iterative process that looks at crashes and goes through a process of design changes and policy changes to improve intersections and high crash areas. I'm curious as to how the township's going to implement looking at those crashes, going through that design process. Where will responsibility be for that? Will there be someone from the board or someone else? Who's going to be responsible for overseeing that Vision Zero implementation in our township?
Public comment, Evan.
Okay, continue. And then the next comment I have for that is so it's the commitment for Vision Zero by 2050. That's a very long time, 25 years, an entire generation. I'd like to hear more about some more short-term measurable goals that we can expect to see in the meantime. And then the last comment I have is consider revising the text of paragraph 11 it appears to be a run-on sentence. It doesn't make any sense. That basically equates protecting multimodal transportation users with crashes and severe injury. So please consider rewording paragraph 11. Do you want me to read it?
On the resolution?
Yes. It's the second to the last.
Where it says, whereas Newtown Township will join other municipalities?
Yes.
This language was from the county, so I will look at that, and then if we think we need to change it before we vote on it, I'll look at it.
Yeah, basically the last phrase doesn't really make any sense, but
Okay.
thank you.
Thank you. Any other public comment? Mr. Custer.
Good evening.
John, we did receive your letter
Okay.
this morning from December 8th, so I don't know if you have anything additional to add to that or.
A
it's
little
just the
bit.
same
I'd
thing?
just like to summarize a little bit.
What agenda item?
John Custer.
agenda item?
This would be modifications to the township committees. And I'm on the Trails and Greenways. You may last only another hour, so I'll try to speak fast. First of all, I'd like to say the township staff is the best I have encountered in 50 years. We should be very proud of everybody that's working for the township in a staff capacity. I think some of the major reasons of all these changes is to reduce the workload on the staff. I can understand that. I know they're working very hard, but I think there's other ways to accomplish the problem. The first would be to make more use of the supervisor liaison. Trails Committee, we haven't seen the supervisor liaison. And when I was a supervisor, I was liaison to the EAC. I tried to attend every meeting. I think every supervisor should do that. This would take a lot of burden off the staff. I think another reason would be more delegation. Trails and Greenways, we had a lot of capable people, and they were capable of doing a lot more work, taking on a lot more responsibility. And I think with more delegation, that would reduce township staff burden. Thank you.
Any other public comment? All right, perfect. We'll now move on to the minutes, 7.1. Can I get a motion to approve the minutes from the November 24th, 2025 meeting?
So moved.
Second.
Motion was made by Supervisor Russo, seconded by Supervisor San Francisco. Is there any board discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, motion carries. Section 8, reports. 8.1, report from the Township Engineer, Mr. Johnson.
Good evening. Just a quick recap. We currently, as we discussed last time, we went out to bid on the Greer Park project. So I just want to report, now it's been out for about a week. We've had about 30 contractors now pull the plans. So we're hopeful that that will proceed, and we'll have some good bids for next month.
Awesome. Any questions for the Township Engineer? All right, 8.2, report from the Township Manager, Mr. Nease.
I'm going to share with you the presentation related to the restructuring of the boards. First of all, I want to be very clear that in no way is this presentation to talk about a dissatisfaction with the volunteers. Our volunteers have been excellent. It's been appreciative to be able to work with them. This really is about trying to streamline and hopefully make not only the staff's job more streamlined, but also to make our management from the board side more streamlined related to what's going on in the township. Yes. A lot of this was things that they commented on, the concerns that some of the concerns that came back was the duplication of efforts. Some of the concerns that came back was the fact that they felt like there wasn't enough direction. And part of the idea was when you have so many committees, it's harder to keep the direction. And so what the idea that was kind of brought together here was how can we bring this together give a more straightforward way to look at this. Reduce the number of committees was really to try to bring about those committees that need to work together would be scheduled on the same night, and we'll talk about that. What could be done at a committee level, and then more of the work happen outside of the committee meetings. And that would be where the work could get done and not hold up everything. Because sometimes it was taking a month to get a decision because the first committee meeting met the first Thursday of the month. The last committee didn't meet until the fourth Thursday of the month. And so you were waiting an entire month to get information. The idea was to try to figure out how to get everything done more quickly so that we could move the process along.
Thank you.
And so, but again, I just want to make sure that our volunteers know that we value our volunteers. We know how hard they work, and we thank them for what they do. We did meet with the volunteers who were being impacted last week to make sure that they knew about this prior to even coming before the board, prior to the board seeing the entire presentation. You're seeing it tonight for the first time. They've actually seen most of this presentation. I made a few minor modifications in the presentation, and most of those changes in the presentation had to do with the fact that obviously I didn't need to say that we were coming before you tonight. We're here. And so, so that's what we're doing tonight. I want to make sure, there we go. I'm going to quickly talk about the challenge of the board structure. I'm going to talk about the recommendations that we're making to you, the rationale for our decision and next steps. Really quickly, the current board structure. So everybody knows we have 13 boards and commissions and committees, 8 elected officials that serve on 2 of those boards, 67 possible board positions within the township that on the remaining 11 boards. We have 4 township office staff that work on agendas and board support. The manager and/or director attend almost all of the board meetings, and that's and when I use the word board meetings here in the small, that's the boards, committees, and commissions. Some of the things that we heard back were there was times that it was hard to find volunteers to fill all the positions. We had several boards that had vacancies at the time, and so that was part of the piece. We had board actions and responsibilities that sometimes conflict and overlap. Sometimes one board would be going in one direction and another board would be going in another. Some boards didn't feel very productive. They commented on that, not only to myself, but my understanding is many of you as board of supervisors have heard very similar comments that they felt that way. With so many boards, it obviously drew on the resources from the township staff. The sheer number of boards made it difficult with not enough nights, not only for staff to be here, but even in the space. We often in a month have a hard time finding another night that we can move something to for township meetings because of all the township meetings that are here and all the library events that go on in the space that we're sitting in right now. I tried to have 2 events towards the end of the year and haven't been able to find a night that I can get staff and the meeting room at the same time that we can even do that. So that's been a part of that decision. I could go through all the different boards that we have, but I think you all know the boards. If you want me to go through that, I can do that. But just to say, in that, we did have several boards, like I mentioned earlier, that had vacancies. The Shade Tree Commission was one. Historic Commission had a vacancy, and the Trails and Greenways actually had several vacancies. And so part of the decision that when we looked at that was the whole piece of what we were trying to look at and see where we would head. I want to talk sorry about that. I want to talk a little bit about the fact that we had 4 boards whose responsibilities frequently overlapped. These 4 boards were having to work together often. And so part of when we really started to look, this was one of the things that I looked at very specifically was the area that was overarching for these 4 boards. You know, they had many of the same projects, oftentimes discussing the same things, repeated outreach to the township staff with similar matters. And so we were trying, one of the thoughts we were trying to, how do we bring that in and make it more consistent and drive it forward with less overlap, less extra time in meetings, and more focused on what we can be doing versus being in meetings. And that's what we were looking at as a part of the challenge.
Hold on. Can we just keep the side conversations to a minimum, gentlemen? Thank you.
Sorry, I'll get back to where I was here in a second. Okay, so I kind of quickly, I'm going to jump into the recommendations and I'll spend more time with this if you would like. We are recommending no change to the Municipal Authority Board. We're making no change to to Planning Commission, the Zoning Hearing Board, the Bartram Bridge Commission, or the Leisure Services Board. Just for the public's edification, I know the board knows this, but Bartram Bridge and Leisure Services both are joint boards with other municipalities. To make any changes there would require us to not only make a change within the township, but we'd also have to make a change in another municipality. We didn't even approach that, didn't even talk about that because of that. So we did talk about potentially bringing before what we could do. And so one of the recommendations is to take the Shade Tree Commission and the Trails and Greenways Committee and basically eliminate those two committees and combine them with the Parks and Rec Board. We would increase the Park and Rec Board from the current 5 members to 7 members so that you would have representation on that board to cover all 3 areas. I would say this, somebody asked in the meeting on, I think it was last Wednesday night, why we chose Parks and Rec versus EAC for the Shade Tree. It's because of how the second-class township code is set. It allows Shade Tree to go under Parks and Rec. It does not allow Shade Tree to go under EAC. And so we're just following what the second-class township code allowed. And so that's why we made that recommendation. The next recommendation that we talked about would be reducing the number of folks on the Environmental Advisory Committee from 5 to 3, the Historic Commission from 7 to 5, and then on the Finance Committee, we have 2 recommendations on the Finance Committee. One is to reduce it from 5 to 3. The second is that currently the way the resolution reads is the Finance Committee needs to meet every month. There are months that the Finance Committee does not need to meet. There's actually sometimes whole quarters that the Finance Committee doesn't need to meet. We would make the Finance Committee be an ad hoc committee and would meet as needed versus always having a scheduled meeting. With that recommendation, whoops, I'm sorry, I went too far. The next recommendation is that the township staff would work to create an active volunteer database that would be maintained by the township staff that would allow for people to sign up in this database, sharing their expertise. And then as we had projects that came up in any of these committees, we would be able to pull from that database and allow people to get out and really do what it is that they have loved doing versus needing to sit in committee meetings to try to get something accomplished. They could actually go and do what it is as those committees are moving in that direction. So that's something. I will say that I had an opportunity this weekend to actually have a conversation with one of the council members from Delaware County Council, who told us that they are actually putting together a database countywide, asked us if we would help to participate in that. So I'll be working with them as a possibility for that database. So it may be even larger than what we thought. And so that's a possibility as well. The 5th recommendation would be to consolidate meeting times to 6 nights a month. You'll see that I have 3 nights a month mentioned here. I did not mention Monday nights. because on Monday nights, the 2nd and the 4th, obviously, you all know that's when you as the board meet. The 3rd Monday night is for the Municipal Authority Board. They meet that night. Again, Bartram Bridge and Leisure Services, they have a separate meeting, and that's scheduled separately and apart from us. EAC and Parks would both meet on Thursday nights, so that way if they had a project that was joint, they would be able to have it actually on both agendas, hopefully deal with everything that night, and it would move forward. Finance, if it was needed, would meet as the same night as the Zoning Hearing Board. And then a Historic Commission, which often needs to go before Planning Commission, would have an opportunity to meet on the same night as Planning Commission, and it would allow those members not to have to be out multiple nights a month. They could go and go right from one to the other. We talked about rationale behind it. Whoops, I went the wrong direction on that one. Sorry, I keep hitting the wrong button. We think it would make collaboration make it easier and more effective. It also would give consistent guidelines for the community. It would be a smoother process. It would also ensure volunteers and staff time is used more wisely, which was really what a part of this was to make sure that we're not wasting volunteers' time that we don't need to. The next thing is talk about next steps. Obviously, we're here tonight. If you were to accept this plan, you would make those modifications as you so see fit. If you agree to them, once that would happen, staff would formally notify all the impacted committee members. We would request that they let us know, hopefully by December the 18th, next Friday, so that we could let you all know who wanted to continue to serve on what boards. Township solicitor and staff would work at rewriting and modifying any ordinances that needed to be modified depending on committees. The shade tree, for example, would need a new ordinance. The Trails and Greenway would need a new resolution. Finance would need a new resolution. So we would work on taking care of those. So those would be steps we would have to take. And then with township staff would start immediately working on the volunteer request form and start collecting volunteer information and carry out the objectives. Yeah, so Rich just reminded me I had skipped an important piece about shade trees. So if you were to make the recommendation, if you were to accept the recommendation related to the shade tree piece, you as the board would take on street trees that are along the streets. The Parks and Rec Board would be focusing on making recommendations related to trees that are on township properties. And if there was anything major that needed to come back to you, it would come back to you.
And the township arborist would continue to do reviews of land development plans to make sure it complies with our tree ordinance or landscape ordinance.
Right.
Mr. Nease, if you're finished, I'd like just to point out a couple of items, being the longest member of the Board of Supervisors, the most senior, in my last, one more meeting after this, after 12 years. I'd like to point out that of the 3 committees that we're making changes to, the significant are the ones that are our newest committees. The Finance Committee, when I started 12 years ago, Mr. Fisher, Larry Fisher, helped our township manager before Mr. Nease with the with finances. He volunteered and he helped tremendously. He righted our ship, so to speak. And I give Larry a ton of credit for what he did when he helped. And there were also other volunteers as well. And when Mr. Nease began, then we had a small group that met. I was part of that group, 6 people, 5 people, something like that. Yeah. And to the point that someone had made about, recommendations of the Finance Committee, that is what actually helped to get us to a AAA bond rating, along with Mr. Nease and his staff. working together. And that was volunteer and it was ad hoc. And when we needed the help, that happened. We did have finance committee and there were plenty of meetings. The chairman and I were part of that. We were the liaisons, and there were plenty of meetings where there was not anything to discuss. And it was a little frustrating because we were kind of making things up. At the beginning, it made sense to have a finance committee. And I think it still does, but not on an as-needed basis. We looked at stormwater management fees and things of that nature. So that explains where we are with the finance committee. And I think an ad hoc, and I think the members of the finance committee feel that way as well. With regard to trails and greenways and shade tree, those are newer. We tried something new, right? We tried other committees, and we found that there was a lot of not overstepping, I don't mean it that way, but there was a lot of duplications that were going on, and there were some different paths that we're taking. So what we're trying to do now, and I believe what Mr. Nease is trying to do, is kind of get everyone together and get us all on the same path, so to speak. Trails, get it, path, whatever. So I think I think, and I appreciate everyone's public comment on it. It is just to make it so that these committees, I've been on boards where my expertise or I was asked to be on a board and it was a waste of my time, and I felt it was a waste of time. And I don't mean that everyone else does, but we need a goal. And I think what Mr. Nease and the staff are trying to accomplish with this, and I don't mean to put words in anyone's mouth, but is to make it more efficient and for all of us to kind of go in the same direction. And I believe that is what the goal of this is. It's not to eliminate things. It's just we tried, right? With trails and greenways and shade tree and finance committee. So that's just my piece. Am I wrong to say anything like that, Mr. Nease? Is that kind of where we're going?
Yeah, it's really about trying to help make sure that we make the best use of volunteers' time. And I don't want to do anything that wastes that time.
Any questions from the board or any other comments from the board before we go down to 12.1 eventually? Or you can save your comments for 12.1, it's however you want to do it. Good.
I just want to say, overall, I think this is a great idea. I really appreciate the time that you put into this. I think it's really needed in a lot of ways. I love the idea of the database. I love the idea of consolidating the meeting nights. That seems like a huge win in terms of, us being able to schedule other things and have some efficiency among the committees. I do agree with, obviously I want to defer to your recommendations, and I understand where you're coming from with regard to the 3 committees that we're consolidating. So I appreciate that. And I also, because I've said this before, think that finance should be ad hoc. I think that makes sense. When I was on the school board, we did something similar with the budget committee, and it was really successful. And it sounds like, even before I was on this board, you were doing the same thing with the finance committee. So I 100% agree with that. My only concern comes in with reducing the number of people on, first of all, the ad hoc finance committee, because I don't know that it's necessary if it's ad hoc. And with regard to the EAC, the Historic Commission, I know we've had trouble filling those. And so, that commission is dear to my heart, but I understand, I don't think that's an issue, because I think we haven't even had a full commission. But, particularly finance, I don't see the reason. I don't see enough of a need to go down to 3.
Any other board comment or questions for Mr. Nease? The only thing I'm going to say is exactly what I said on Wednesday night when we made the presentation to the individuals that are on these different boards and commissions, is that by and large, every single one of the people that were in that meeting have complained to me individually over the years about process, complained to me about how things have taken too long to work through other boards and commissions because they have different responsibilities. Had complained to me about how there needs to be more of a streamlined approach. And so I do think that this recommendation from the staff is the best way to achieve that. Now, look, obviously people are going to be upset because we are going to be taking some volunteer positions, quote unquote, away with regards to serving on a board, a council, or a commission. But what I thought was interesting is Saturday when I went to the Historic Commission's Christmas party is that the county is looking at doing the exact same thing that we're proposing to do here, which is to have a volunteer bank, a volunteer base, to streamline and make these committee meetings more efficient, to make sure that they are actually moving their agendas and their goals from inception to reality, to ensure that they have the undivided support and attention of the township staff. Again, it's a more of a streamlined approach, I think achieves everything with regards to this recommendation from the staff. I do push back a little bit on how someone categorized it as a burden. I would not say it's a burden. I would say that what we're trying to do is instead structure it in a way that is utilizing everybody's time efficiently, which is the number one complaint that I heard from not only the very people who came up to this podium to talk tonight, but again, from the people that were in the room that evening. And so I think it's, again, the overarching goal here is to streamline this and make this efficient. I have no problem with the recommendation as a whole. I also think it's important to remember that we brought on a township arborist. The township arborist will continue to be a vital part in this process, just as all these boards and commissions have been. We're not asking anyone to reduce workload. We're not asking anyone to take this as a slight. There was a comment that was made on Wednesday as well, is that people should feel slighted that 2 boards or 3 boards are being diminished. Well, the contrast to that is we're not saying that Parks and Rec is the best one out of everyone by giving them 2 more members, right? We're just trying to distribute that work a little bit more evenly and efficiently. So I think it's a great move and I have no problem with the recommendation. All right, we'll now move down to section 9.1, payments. I get a motion to approve a refund of $51.10 to Energize Electrical Solutions for the permit review fee overpayment for 4400 Asgrim Boulevard. The commercial permit review was $275. However, the final cost of the permit fee totaled $223.90.
So moved.
Second.
Motion made by Supervisor Robert Lightcap, seconded by Supervisor San Francisco. Is there any board comment? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 All those opposed? Motion carries. Section 10, bills, 10.1. Can I get a motion approving the bills on check register A dated December 10, 2025, totaling $414,830.30?
So moved.
Motion was made by Supervisor Russo, seconded by Supervisor Chandler. Before we vote on this, Mr. Neese, there was a comment made, a public comment with regards to the check register. All that information is always publicly available. I don't know if there was a glitch today, but is there anything you want to add to that before we vote on it?
Well, that's the format actually that we've been using, the format that you had before you, so the format we've been using for at least 10 of the 11 years that I've been here. Again, anything that's anybody wants to see, we're more than willing to share the documentation.
Perfect. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries. Section 11, developers release 11.1. Can I get a motion approving the township escrow release number 1 for Aronimink Golf Club, totaling $1,029,808.04, leaving a remaining balance of $334,900.03 as approved by the township engineer? Motion is made by Supervisor San Francisco, seconded by Supervisor Chandler. Is there any board discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 All those opposed? Motion carries. 11.2, can I get a motion authorizing the release of the cash escrow in the amount of $5,000 held by the township for the recent land development project at Melmark Schools approved by the township engineer?
So moved.
Second.
Motion is made by Supervisor Roberts Lightcap, seconded by Supervisor Chandler. Is there any board comment? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries. Section 12, new business, 12.1. Can I get a motion approving the recommendations for committee restructuring?
Second.
Motion is made by Supervisor San Francisco, seconded by Supervisor Roberts Lightcap. Is there any board discussion or additional board comment? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries 4-1. 12.2, can we authorize the township staff to start the hiring process for an officer to replace the officer who is retiring next year?
So moved.
Motion is made by Supervisor Robert Sycap, seconded by Supervisor Chanlis. Mr. Neese, I'll turn it over to you.
Yes, we have a officer who is retiring next year, which is, we're happy that he's able to do so. Actually, he's finishing his time in the drop, so he's actually officially already retired, but he continued to work for us for 5 years. He finishes that up next year. This would be getting us to get the process started so that as he retires, we get the new officer in. If you recall, we have a 8 to 9 week process that the officer has to go through before they're really ready to hit the streets totally on their own. And so we would like to get that process done before he's gone so that we have people out on the street as needed.
Any questions for the township manager on this? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 All those opposed? Motion carries. 12.3, can I get a motion approving the EAC in Birdtown, Newtown Township to provide 5 IBA signs to place at the entrance of the Meadow Preserve and Township Parks that fall within the boundaries of the Upper Ridley/Crum IBA as designated by the Audubon at a cost of $161.25, of which $80 will be paid for through a donation from the CRC watershed, and the remainder will be paid from the EAC budgeted fund.
So moved.
Second.
Motion was made by Supervisor Robert Sycap, seconded by Supervisor Chanlis. Is there any board discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries. 12.4, which was what was amended. Can I get a motion to set the hearing date for consideration of the CBRD ordinance amending the code and zoning map for 12/22/25? Copies are available at the township building and will be available on the township website.
So moved.
Second.
Motion is made by Supervisor San Francisco, seconded by Supervisor Robert Sycap. Is there any board discussion? Mr. Sikora, do you want to touch on this at all?
No, our planning commission,
Thank you.
our planning commission reviewed the proposed ordinance and unanimously recommended approval with no additional comments. Delaware County Planning Department reviews it on.
Any questions for Mr. Sikora? Any other board comment? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries. Tom, are you ready? All right, I will note that it is 7:57 on Monday, December 8th, and we're going to open up the first public hearing, which is going to be agenda item 13.1, conditional use hearing for 14 Phillips Lane. I'm going to set out for everybody, because we have 2 conditional use hearings this evening, the format in which we're going to handle this. Sir, if you want, you can use that table if it's easier for you, since you have probably witnesses. I'm going to explain this process of how it's going to work for both this conditional use hearing and then for the next conditional use hearing. At the end of this explanation, I'll turn it over to the township solicitor, who's going to give a high-level overview of the applications, both, at each respective time. So obviously, we're going to be with 14 Phillips Lane right now. At the end of the township solicitor's explanation of the application, we will ask if there's anyone here who wishes to have party status. Party status generally is reserved to those individuals who would have received the conditional use letter or anyone who is in close proximity to the area. You will come up, you will state your name and your address. We will write that down. I'll give the applicant's attorney the opportunity to object or accept that party status. And then we'll continue to move until everybody who wishes to have party status is granted the party status. The order in which you're granted party status is the order that you will then go when we begin the cross-examination of witnesses. So after the entire party status is taken, we'll turn it over to the applicant's counsel. The applicant's counsel will start doing his case in chief. He will then call up his witnesses. At the conclusion of each of his witnesses, we will then go through that list of party status in the order in which you were granted. So if you are third in line, if you're third in line to get party status, you'll be third in line to cross-examine the witnesses that the applicant's counsel has. If you choose to say that you have nothing to cross-examine on, just because if the next person goes and something jogs your mind, you kind of lost your opportunity. We're not going to allow people to keep coming back and forth, back and forth. You also get one bite of the apple for each witness. So make sure you think about how you want to cross-examine these witnesses. I will also allow for redirect by the applicant's attorney, and if necessary, I'll allow the party protestants to also ask any other follow-up questions if needed. Once the applicant completes his case in chief, so every single witness is completed, and every party protestant has the opportunity to cross-examine each and every one of their witnesses, We will then allow the party protestants to put on any case if they have any. And then at the conclusion of both the applicant's case in chief and the party protestants will allow for public comment generally. So anyone who wants to provide any public comment in general that doesn't wish to be a party will be able to do so. And then at the end of that, the board will vote. Any questions on that from the board? Everybody online with that? Consistent with what we've done in the past. I'll turn it over to you, Mr. Sikora, real quick, if you want to do a high-level overview for 14 Phillips.
Sure, you'll recall 14 Phillips, the applicant was before us in April 28th of 2025 after having been postponed a number of times. Tom came here. I'm sure you remember 14 Phillips, Tom. There was a zoning portion of this application because it's a very steep slope. They're here for conditional use approval for steep slope disturbance. It exceeded the limits allowable that this board is allowed to do under its own code, so it had to go to the zoning board. There was an appeal at the zoning board. There's cross appeals at the zoning board. A significant amount of time while the parties tried to work out a settlement agreement, stipulation that sent it to the zoning hearing board, and then we came for the conditional use approval. Applicant had modified his plans to conform to the settlement stipulation. Subsequently, the settlement stipulation was not signed by all the parties. Status of that is, but the applicant has decided to just go back to the original conditional use application. Go forward. There's not significant changes. In fact, it's actually the board approved the applicant's request to increase steep slope disturbance to accommodate the neighbor. So the plan before you is very similar to the
feature review kit.
plan that was approved in April, except for it's less steep slope disturbance. This case is advertised in the Delaware County Times for tonight on November 24th and December 1st. Property was posted a week ago, and their residents within the requisite number of feet going happened as well. So proof of advertising, Township Exhibit 1, posting Township 2, proof of mailing, Township Exhibit 3. Our Township Engineer, Eric Johnson, did a very thorough review of the application, made a number of comments. Are incorporated in a November 25th, 2025 review letter, which will make Township Exhibit 4. And the applicant has agreed to a couple conditions that were agreed to back in April when this was originally approved, related to the addition of native species, water absorbing type plants closer bottom of the property, just to enhance the stormwater management controls that are already being conducted, reduce the amount and practicable of plastics for any stabilization, and also agreeing to pay the $1,400 of appearance fees for all those times when Tom had to show up. And so he's agreed to those three conditions. So I'll turn it over to Mr. Mahoney if it's okay.
Actually, real quick, I should have said this before you did your overview, Mr. Sikora. So I will be recusing myself from this agenda, from this entire hearing and from this discussion. I'm going to go walk outside the other room. My firm represented one of the party protestants to this case. And so in accordance with the canons of professional responsibility, I will be removing myself and not taking part in any discussion or deliberations.
So theoretically, I'm in charge, but that means that Mr. Sikora is going to run this hearing.
Ready to hear from me, I think.
So what you could do is just present your case to
I will.
The board, explain why you're here. I suggest you do an offer of proof.
Yes.
And just call up your witness. Is there anybody here who is opposing this application? There is one person opposing the application. Can you come up and state your name?
Robert Tomlinson, I'm at 20 Phillips Lane. My property is adjacent to the applicant's property. Jason Lang, who is at 12 Phillips Lane, he's on the other side of the property. He wanted to be here tonight. He's a surgeon. He couldn't make it. He did give me his proxy. I don't know if that's possible or if Mr. Mahoney wants to.
No.
No, that's typically.
Okay, that's fine.
He would have to have an attorney here. So Mr. Thompson, you're 20 Phillips Lane, and are you asking for party status?
I am.
No objection.
Objection. So you are a party to this proceeding.
Thank you.
So hang loose.
Very good.
And there's another one here now.
My name's John Mahoney. I
Hold on one
represent.
second. There's another individual who's
Okay.
saying, you're requesting party status, Mr. Selkson?
Yes, please. Paul Seligson, 4727 Mill Hollow Lane,
And how far are you from this property?
400 feet. Something like that.
Did you get a notice?
Don't think I did.
No, it's not on here.
Objection.
I do not think he has standing to participate as a party. I have no objection to his participating in the proceeding, but I do not stipulate to his aggrieved status if he were to file an appeal.
And so, I mean, the board is free to, hear from Mr. Seligson, how he feels he's impacted by this. If you feel that it's enough of an impact beyond just a mere citizen of the township, you're free to include him as a party protestant. So you can explain why he feels he has standing. If he's far enough that he's just like everybody else who lives in the township, then meeting is just kind of covered by general township consideration of general factors. If it's close enough that he's directly impacted or potentially grant him parties. Not my decision. It's yours unless you want.
Does the board have a,
I would keep it to the people who are giving notice,
yeah, that's what I understood it to be too. It was noticed, so.
just people who are getting notice.
I believe, Mr. Johnson kind of looked up, you're saying he's 1,200 feet from the property?
Yeah, so it's not even town. So I would keep it to,
So, Mr. Suggs, you're not going to get party status, but you are free to make public comment. Okay.
Can I just ask you a question? I mean, that's consistent with how we typically handle it?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Mhm.
I mean, that's the law. That's standard.
I said that. I said that's consistent with how we typically handle it.
Okay. So, Mr. Mahoney, please proceed.
My name is John Mahoney. I represent Martin Powell, the applicant, and that which the solicitor has informed you of is accurate with one minor exception. The settlement agreement that I outlined when I was here about 6 months ago was signed by Martin Powell, and it was approved by the zoning hearing board. And it would have permitted construction of a home in a location that Mr. Lang and Mr. Tomlinson had indicated through council that they agreed to. And that settlement agreement identified a lot of terms that I was informed Mr. Tomlinson and Mr. Lang had agreed to, and my client begrudgingly agreed to. It would have been far more expensive project. And in light of the fact that there is apparently an unwillingness to sign on a line indicating that which had been agreed to, we're here with Plan A as an alternative. I would point out that I do have a proceeding pending in Delaware County Court of Common Pleas to enforce the settlement agreement, but in an abundance of caution, and because it is probably far less expensive to build Plan A, which you'll hear about tonight through an engineer, we are seeking conditional use approval for that which was the subject of a grant of variance relief by the zoning hearing board, including, I should point out at the outset, the imposition of a condition to obtain a National Pollutant Discharge Elimination System permit, a NIPDES permit, which we think might not be permissible to obtain because the area of disturbance, as you will hear from the engineer that I'll be calling in a minute, will explain that there is less than 1 acre of land disturbance And for that reason, a NIPD's permit is not available or accessible, but it may be that the Department of Environmental Protection would review this and perhaps require some best management practices that are normally required as a condition of issuing a NIPD's permit. With that having been said, I'll, with your permission, provide a duplicate copy of the vesting deed by which Mr. Powell, the applicant, gained title to the subject property. And I'll call Bryn Schaefer as our witness in support of the application. If you'll just remain standing while Mr. Corcoran administers the oath. Please state your name and spell your first and last name.
Bryn Schaefer, BRYNN, SCHAFFER.
Are you a professional engineer?
Yes,
Are you also a professional land surveyor?
yes.
What kind of engineering do you engage in?
Generally civil engineering, focusing on land development, engineering and land surveying.
Generally, what is your experience in the field of civil engineering, particularly as regards subdivision and land development approval processes and applications for building permits and various forms of zoning authorization?
Yes, it does include, that's the large portion of what my practice is in.
How long have you been doing that?
I would say 24 years.
Were you engaged by Rotelli, ROTELLE Development Company to prepare a plan for construction of a single-family detached home on the property at 14 Phillips Lane in Newtown Township?
Yes,
Did you do so?
yes.
I'm showing you a document which we submitted in support of the application, and I've pre-marked it as Exhibit A2. And if you'll just have that in front of you.
What did you mark down, sir? 2?
A2.
Okay.
A1 is the vesting deed. A2 is, I'll ask the engineer, is this a grading permit and erosion control plan dated August 23 of 2023, last revised May 13 of 2024?
Yes, it is.
In addition, did you prepare a plan identified as a draft NPDES permit plan exhibit for the Powell residence at 14 Phillips Lane, which I have marked for identification as Exhibit A3?
Yes,
And that has a permit plan dated, or an engineering plan dated June 12th of 2024?
yes,
Can you confirm that these engineering drawings were prepared by you or under your direction?
they were.
Is there a note on the A2 indicating the identity of the owner of the property?
Yes,
Is that Martin Powell, who is present here today?
it is.
Has he engaged Rotelli Development to build a home on this lot?
Yes.
Please tell the members of the Board of Supervisors and those in attendance what is depicted on the plan in general and what its purpose is.
The plan depicts the position of a proposed single-family detached dwelling with accompanying appurtenances and site features such as driveway, utility service lines, on-lot well, stormwater management system, and erosion control facility.
Is there a building envelope depicted on the plan?
Yes, there is.
What percentage of the land in the building envelope is within steep or very steep slopes?
90. Like 95 or 96, somewhere around there.
95 to 96% of that building
Yes.
envelope is in areas of either steep or very steep slopes?
Correct.
Is that avoidable?
No.
Please explain why there are extensive notes on the plan and what subjects they address, such as maintenance of erosion control facilities, and summarize your plan notes, please.
Yeah, so the notations, many of the notations that are on the plan drawings are in reference to construction techniques that would be utilized in order to minimize erosion control and stormwater management, stormwater runoff impacts. And they are intended to comply with the township ordinance and any applicable state regulations.
Is the design intended to ensure that there is no adverse impact on adjacent properties by the construction and installation of the improvements during construction and after construction as proposed is completed?
Yes, that's correct.
Is there anything unusual about this lot in terms of its shape, size, or topography?
The lot is characterized by steep slopes exceeding 25%.
I understand it drops, what, about 98 feet in elevation from the front of the lot at Phillips Lane to the rear at the creek. Is that correct?
That's correct.
So is the entire lot either considered steep or very steep slope?
Almost entirely, the portions within the prescribed building envelope are, yes.
If no construction were to occur in areas of steep slope or very steep slope, what construction could be permitted on the lot?
Very small, like a shed,
Not a home.
not a livable home.
In your opinion, is it absolutely essential to obtain, besides variance relief, which has already been issued, conditional use approval to authorize construction in the steep and very steep slope areas in order to make reasonable use of the property as permitted by the zoning ordinance?
That's correct.
What stormwater management and erosion and sediment control measures have been incorporated into the plan that's marked as A2? If you could please highlight those for us.
Yes, so the plan proposes to utilize drainage swales to prevent runoff and direct it to a seepage trench facility, which will take runoff from driveway, home areas, and much of the upslope lawn areas, re-infiltrate that and reintroduce it to groundwater for groundwater recharge. There are extensive compost filter sock implemented on this plan for during construction to prevent the sedimentation of the stormwater facilities and undisturbed areas.
I know that you made at least one revision to the plan that was originally submitted, and that was as a result of a suggestion by Mr. Johnson, the township engineer. Is that correct?
Yes,
And that was the installation of a stormwater swale. Is that right?
that's correct, yes.
Okay. Just give us an idea in relation to the proposed home where that swale was added at Mr. Johnson's suggestion.
Facing the lot from Phillips Lane, that swale would have been on the left side, running along the left side of the property, between the house and the property line, intercepting any runoff that might end up in that direction and taking it down to the proposed seepage trench.
When you originally went about designing the construction of this home, was your plan to avoid the necessity of obtaining a National Pollutant Discharge Elimination System permit?
Well, our intention was to actually, it was, that was a secondary objective, but the primary objective was to, knowing that we needed to seek zoning relief, was to create a de minimis scenario and try to minimize the amount of relief that was necessary. So we tried to prepare a plan with a compacted development and grading.
Now we know that the zoning hearing board has agreed that this may not be the ultimate outcome, that no NIPD's permit would be required. But if one were to be required, the construction would be generally in accordance with the drawing that I've identified or marked, I should say, as Exhibit A3. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And
Yes.
in essence, if there were to be a NIPD's permit compliant construction to occur on this property, would there be an increase in land disturbance in the very steep areas of the lot as defined by the township ordinance?
Yes,
Would there be more trees taken down?
yes,
So in essence, there would be a little bit more adverse impact to the environment if a NIPD's permit were required. Is that right?
that's correct.
But it could be done. Is that correct?
It could,
Okay. Can you add a note on the plan to state that the use of plastic in erosion control measures and stormwater management will be minimized to the extent possible.
Yes,
Have you considered the suggestion of the township engineer on the plan that is under consideration tonight?
yes, we have.
Can you add to the plan submitted in support of a building permit an indication that there will be planting of native vegetation in the rear and lowest parts of the lot as summarized by the township solicitor in his introductory comments?
Yes,
You are aware that as the township solicitor has indicated, Pennoni Engineering has issued a review letter dated November 25 of this year, which in an abundance of caution, I'll mark for identification as Exhibit T4. Have you reviewed that?
yeah.
It looks like we get to page 3 where the recommendations of the imposition of conditions appears. Can we try to go through those? I'll summarize the substance of them for the audience and the board. Comment A says that the uses shall be laid out so that the grading, vegetation removal, and other site preparation shall be capped to an absolute minimum. Does this plan achieve that directive?
Yes,
The next comment is letter B. The shape and grade of the land affected shall complement the natural landform. Does your plan, Exhibit A2 and A3, comply with that directive?
yeah.
Let's skip over C and D for the moment and move on to paragraph E of page 3 of the Township Engineer's review letter. Paragraph E reads, quote, land around all structures erected shall be landscaped to blend them with the natural landscape. Does the plan comply with that directive?
Yes,
Comment F reads, quote, all reasonable measures to minimize erosion and sedimentation and to limit increase in stormwater runoff shall be taken. Is your plan compliant with that directive?
yes, it is.
When a building permit application is submitted, can you note that in any application material submitted in support of the building permit application, a note that would obligate the builder to comply with the directives set forth as comments C and D pertaining to the permitted time period for disturbance of vegetative ground cover and the completion of paving?
Yeah, I mean, I believe that the township post permit condition goes and builder would comply with that. And if we were to adjust the plan to accommodate the conditions from the former hearing, we could include these two to inform the builder that they would need to follow that.
So the builder would have to ensure that disturbance of vegetative ground cover during the period of November 15 to April 1 would be prohibited except where protective measures approved by the township are used, and that the paving would be completed within 10 working days after the grading is completed. Is that feasible, and would that be included in materials submitted in support of a building permit application coordinated by you?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's possible. The builder could do those things and not like it, but it would reduce their flexibility, but they could.
Is a single-family detached home a permissible use in the zoning district?
Yes.
What are the uses of land in the immediate vicinity?
Well, family detached dwellings?
Is the proposed home and related construction in a location that reasonably minimizes disturbance of very steep slope areas and minimizes tree removal to the extent possible?
Yes, it is.
Will abutting properties be adversely affected by possible runoff or erosion from the proposed use?
No.
Are the control measures depicted on the plan sufficient to assure that no adverse impact will occur on those abutting properties?
Yes, if they are implemented correctly. Yes.
Turning to the criteria for approval of this conditional use application provided by Ordinance 134-14, capital B. I'll take these by number. Number 1, in your opinion, have you properly designed the location, construction, and installation of improvements and the footings so as to extend to stable soil and/or bedrock?
Yes.
Will the home be served by public sewer service?
Yes, it will.
Is the proposed displacement of soil only for purposes consistent with the goals and objectives of the zoning ordinance provisions relating to steep slopes and designed to be implemented in a manner that will not cause excessive erosion or create other unstable conditions.
Yes.
Will surface runoff of water create unstable conditions, including erosion, if it's built in accordance with this plan?
No, not if it's built in accordance with.
Please confirm that stormwater drainage facilities and/or systems will be constructed where the proposed use shall or is likely to create conditions requiring such facilities. Maybe I didn't state that right. Are the stormwater facilities or systems constructed so as to make sure that the proposed use will not create unstable conditions and erosion, either on-site or off-site?
Yes.
Is there an alternative location that is feasible or practical for the proposed construction of the home that would not require construction in any area of steep or very steep slopes?
No.
Are proposed earth-moving activities and vegetation removal planned to be conducted only to the extent necessary to accommodate the proposed uses and structures, and in a manner that limits erosion or sedimentation or unstable soil conditions to the extent practical?
Yes.
Are there any reasonable mitigation techniques and procedures possible that you have incorporated here?
Yeah, the plan incorporates any reasonable measures that are available, comply with the township code and the state regulations.
Does the plan you prepared avoid excessive grading, landform alteration, or extensive vegetation removal?
Yes, it does.
To the extent possible, does the plan avoid potential hazards to property and the destruction of ecological balance by increased runoff, flooding, soil erosion and sedimentation, landslide, or soil failure?
Yeah.
Does the plan propose the use of blasting in the process of preparing the site for construction of the home?
No.
Will construction of the home and the related site improvements and installations avoid accelerated erosion, soil failure, accelerated seepage, or other adverse conditions?
Yeah.
Is there any reasonable basis to believe that the proposed construction and development would cause excessive erosion as a result, and a resultant reduction in water carrying capacity of the water course that flows at the rear of the property, or increase flood crests or flood hazards?
No.
If constructed in accordance with the plan, do you think there will be any harmful effects caused by inappropriate grading and development on steep slope areas? Is the grading and development proposed appropriate for this site?
Yes, it is.
In your opinion, is the grading and proposed development of the site safe for the occupants of the proposed home and nearby residents?
Yes.
Will the proposed construction adversely impact any streets, parking areas, or utility systems in the area?
No.
I have no further questions.
So you have any cross-examination?
I'm sorry, I caught your first name. I know it's Bryn. I didn't catch your last.
Schaefer.
Mr. Schaefer. Have you been to the property?
Yes.
How many times?
Once.
Been there once. You know, what kind of an explosive, or let me change that. How large would a rock have to be that it would require an explosive as opposed to something to drag it out? Either by weight or size?
How large would a rock have to be to, what was that?
A boulder. How large would a boulder have to be, either by weight or circumference, which would require detonation of an explosive? This was just in Mr. Mahoney's recitation.
What?
Hauled out.
As opposed to having it hauled out. Well, I believe that you could use a hammering device or a chipping device to break it down so that you wouldn't need to use an explosive that you would be able to hold.
You were on the property the one time you were there. Did you see a boulder, which was probably about half the size of this room and nearly as high?
No, I didn't.
There are boulders all throughout that property. There are on my property as well.
Objection. Not a question.
Okay.
have an opportunity to ask him a question. You can ask him if he's aware of boulders that size.
Okay, yep, that's fine. Okay, those are all my questions. Thank you.
No, sir.
Any questions from the board? Do you have any other evidence to submit, Mr. Mahoney?
I have no objection to the Board of Supervisors taking judicial notice of the decision of the zoning hearing board. And I have no objection to the Board of Supervisors taking judicial notice of the decision that was previously issued granting conditional use approval for an alternative location of the proposed building. But as I said at the beginning, we are seeking authorization to construct the home in the location as depicted on the plans that are presented here tonight. And I would move the admission of exhibits A1 through 3.
Any objection, Mr. Tomlinson?
Objection. One objection and one question if it's permissible.
Well, start with the objection.
I am objecting. I'm going on record. I'm objecting to the proposal. A question, sorry, one more.
So, yeah, so you're going to have an opportunity to present your case. Right now do you have any objection to the evidence that he's giving? Is there any technical deficiency or?
No,
anything?
none.
Okay, so he has moved to admit certain evidence.
Okay.
You're not objecting.
That's fine. I'm not objecting to that, no.
So,
Just don't want to miss my opportunity.
you're not going to miss it. I won't let that happen. Ms. Roberts Lightcap, so we're going to accept the evidence as presented by Mr. Mahoney, okay?
Yep. Yes, thank you, Mrs.
That's it. That evidence is admitted, okay? And do you rest?
I do.
Okay, so now you have an opportunity to put on your case.
Don't have a case. I do have one question.
So
Okay, I do have a case. Okay, I do have a case. I am objecting. I do have a case.
Yes.
I do. Robert. Mr. Mahoney, I know you listed a lot of conditions that were contained in the zoning order. And you had Mr. Bren testify that the builder is going to comply with all of those. How many of those conditions have already been complied with or have even been started?
Are you asking me as a fact witness,
So,
Mr. Tomlinson? Because I'm not a fact
yeah,
witness, I'm an attorney.
so this is the.
Okay, sorry.
Yeah. He puts on his case, admits his evidence, so he calls a witness, you cross-examine the witness, he puts in his evidence. That's over. Now what you get to do is to put on any evidence that you have. So if you want to say,
Okay,
I
so
believe there's conditions that haven't been complied with, then this is your
Got it.
opportunity to explain
Got it.
your side of the case.
Sure, okay.
And then Mr. Mahoney's going to have a chance to cross-examine you.
No problem. As I understand it, the order from the zoning board has a lot of conditions in it. To my knowledge, none of those conditions have been met. I know that the expert, Mr. Mahoney's and the applicant's expert, has said that they will abide by them, but they haven't abided by any of them. And as a matter of fact, I believe, the local environmental agency that would conduct the NPDES permit has already agreed to do it, said they have no problem doing it, and they're willing to do it. Have they made application? Have they done any of that? That would be a good question. I'm not asking that question. I'm just stating it as a matter of fact. Those are my objections.
Any cross-examination, Mr. Mahoney?
No, sir, thank you.
All right, any other evidence, Mr. Tomlinson?
No.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
So, Mr. Mahoney, do you have any rebuttal evidence?
No, thank you.
I should have asked, did the board have any questions for Mr. Tomlinson? All right, so we have, and so you rest, right, Mr. Tomlinson? You rest your evidence, okay. So we have our cases are in presented. Do you have any closing argument?
I respectfully submit that the objective criteria of the ordinance have been satisfied through the production of the oral testimony and the documentary evidence submitted. And I look forward to receiving your decision.
Any closing argument?
Yes. I'll just say, having an expert testify to the fact that they will abide by an order which has already been issued, except for the exceptions that they had, including the NPDES permit, which as far as I know has not been applied for. and could have been by now, is not, just not compliant, and I'm objecting.
The, I did state, and I shouldn't have assumed, the zoning order is under appeal, correct?
It is.
By both you and Mr. Mahoney?
That is correct.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Thank you.
And
Well, now I have a question, Mr. Sikora. So if it's under appeal, I guess the MPDS permit, I'm on no one's side. I just know how MPDS permits work. You don't go make application for that until you have an approved plan, correct?
That is correct. I would need zoning authorization in two forms: an unappealed grant of a variance and a conditional use approval. Then I would have a plan that would be ripe for consideration by either the Conservation District or the Department of Environmental Protection to consider whether a NIPDES application would be considered. In the course of the litigation pertaining to the issuance of the grant of variance relief, yes, I challenged the validity of the condition requiring a NIPDES permit. Zoning Hearing Board has agreed to modify its decision so as to eliminate the requirement of a NIPDES permit. But that was premised on there being an agreement signed by Mr. Lang and Mr. Tomlinson to the terms that we had proposed and been asked by them to reflect in a writing.
Is there is MPDS permit required?
By the terms of the agreement of the parties that Mr. Tomlinson and Mr. Lang will not sign, no, there would be no NIPDES permit required because they realized that there would be more land disturbance and more tree removal if a NIPDES permit were required. I'll put it bluntly. I think the Zoning Hearing Board had good intentions. The path to environmental degradation is paved with good intentions. The Zoning Hearing Board, quite sensibly, once they were informed by me through Mr. Schaefer's explanation, that if a NIPDES permit were required, more trees would be removed and there would be greater disturbance of the very steep slopes.
Right.
The driveway would be longer, for example. The home would be moved back. This is what Mr. Tomlinson and Mr. Lang said they wanted. And when we agreed to do that, without getting a NIPDES permit, the Zoning Hearing Board was on board. The Board of Supervisors was on board. Mr. Lang and Mr. Tomlinson belatedly were not on board, despite the fact that their attorney had informed me that they were in agreement with the terms of the settlement agreement that my client signed and agreed to allow an encroachment, as a matter of fact, by Mr. Tomlinson onto the Powell lot or an area of a driveway. There were substantial concessions and substantial financial commitments, an agreement to pay for the multiple times that we had to continue the conditional use hearing in order to resolve a lot of sequentially demanded settlement terms. And ultimately, all those terms were agreed to. But in direct response to your question, we would not have to get a NIPDES permit if the variance relief that was conditioned by the Zoning Hearing Board were to either be withdrawn by the Zoning Hearing Board, which we think it has done, or overruled by the Court of Common Pleas, indicating that no, that's you're not required to get a permit when a permit is not required by the state regulations.
Yeah, I just wanted clarification about if they had to do that, because I understand, you have to have, certain conditions and certain approvals before you can apply
Right.
for
No,
an
we cannot
NPDS
make
permit.
that
That was
application.
what my question.
We can't make that application yet.
Okay,
It would
thank
be
you.
premature.
So Mr. Mahoney had an opportunity to add a lot. So do you have anything to?
I do. This isn't the forum for it. But Mr. Mahoney keeps talking about our agreement. And we're going to be in the Delaware Court of Common Pleas on that issue. So a little odd that he keeps pressing you on this issue. You can't have an agreement unless it's signed by both parties. We never agreed. The last time I talked with the applicant, we disagreed about several things. And Mr. Mahoney will hear about that just in a couple of weeks. So I don't really know why that's an issue. With respect to the NPDES, that's fine. I understand that you need to have both the zoning approval and you need to have a CU. Is the CU sequential to the zoning order? In other words, does he have to comply with the zoning order in order to get the CU? I mean, does it make sense for him to be seeking a conditional use permit when he hasn't complied with the zoning permit. He's just told us he's going to.
Anything further?
Okay, yeah, sorry. Okay, great. No, yeah, all right.
That's okay.
Thank
Rich, where does this gentleman live? Does he live to the right or to the left of the applicant?
To the left.
Left.
If you're standing on,
If you're
So
looking.
you're the house down below in the cul-de-sac on the to the left of this applicant.
Yeah, that's correct.
And how long have you been there?
10 years.
Because this is like the third person has tried to build on this site.
Yes,
And you knew this site was available to be built on when you moved there, correct? You knew this was a vacant piece of land?
yes.
And your objection is you don't want anybody there? Is that what I'm understanding?
That's not my objection. Both myself and Mr. Lang, who's at 12 Phillips Lane. Had an engineer go to that lot and take a look at it. We were
Yeah.
told unequivocally that you could not build a house there. My engineer said to me,
objection.
you can build a house
Objection.
there, but you'd be a fool to do so.
Okay. So your objection is you don't want to.
So hold on 1 second, Mr. Russo.
That's
So
not
there's
my
an objection to the statement. It's hearsay.
It is, and I'm not, he's, the engineer who allegedly said that is not here
Well, that's
to explain.
That's hearsay.
That's
So
hearsay.
that's, I'm going to sustain that objection because you can't just, you have to be an engineer to testify if you want to. Yes.
So I just want to understand, he lives to the left, which is below this lot, and he doesn't want a house there. Because there's been like 3 other proposals to have a house built on here, and due to the cost considerations, the other 2 people walked away, and this individual here is willing to spend the money to build on this lot, but you don't want him there. Is that's what I'm looking at this as. You're saying you don't want him there. They try to make an agreement with you and your neighbor. And where's this other neighbor, Rich? Is he to the left of this gentleman that's here tonight, or is he to the right of this lot?
He's to the right.
So he's uphill.
He's uphill, that's correct.
So your concern is there's gonna be boulders that are falling to your property.
Not concerned about boulders, respectfully. I'm not concerned about the applicant being next door. I'm worried about the water next door. I have dealt with water issues. I've spent nearly $50,000 on my own lot. I don't have very steep slopes. The applicant's lot is north and above my property. There is going to be massive water flow, both for him and for my property.
Well, he has to control the water on his own lot, regardless of what happens with this whole thing. He can't have any water if he expands his property and makes more impervious coverage. He has to capture that water. So, and Mr. Johnson can talk about that, but I think I've heard enough. I understand the outlook.
Any other questions from the board? Anything else from the parties?
Nothing further.
Nothing for me.
Thank you. All right, so at this time, the case is in, the parties have rested, and you can go ahead and deliberate, make a decision. You don't have to do it. Oh, I'm sorry, go ahead. Has anybody, I know we did public comment for agenda items earlier, but I believe Mr. Altieri said that public comment for the conditional use hearings would be allowed. So any public comment? Mr. Seligson. Please come up and state your full name and address.
Good evening, Paul Seligson, 4727 Mill Hollow Lane. My question is this, is the location of the house the same as when we started? Because it seems to be a much more favorable location right now.
Would you like my response?
Sure.
So I'll try to keep it simple, and I can make a 2-car parade complicated. The original proposal that was submitted to the zoning hearing board, the first hearing, is in what I'm going to call location A. That's what's before the board tonight. There was another plan, put the home a little further away from Phillips Lane, because that's what the neighbors said that they wanted. And we made a proposal and submitted an application on that basis to this board for conditional use approval of that based upon an agreement the council for the neighbors indicated they had agreed to. And I submitted that as an exhibit in the conditional use hearing. That I'm going to call location B, further away. In summary, location A, what we're here tonight to have the board decide is closer to Phillips Lane and involves a little less land disturbance than that which would be necessary if a longer driveway were to be installed to provide access to
It
the
looks
location.
much improved. Is this, but what we were looking at is A, or because
Yes.
the A I remember is much further down the hill. It's in the middle of the property.
Now, then you are, what you are referring to would have been location B.
Okay, thank you.
Any other public comment? All right, so now,
Solicitor,
you're free to deliberate. Somebody could put a motion on the table, somebody could.
do we need, do we close the hearing or do
You
I?
can close the hearing. I mean, the hearing was closed when they finished their evidence.
Okay,
There's public comment and deliberation. You could do it on
so
the,
should I, the motion that I was, should I read that then? I'd like to make a motion to just begin the conversation, correct?
that would, you can start it that way, correct?
Okay, I'd like to make a motion to grant conditional use approval to allow the construction of a home, driveway, stormwater management and related facilities is hereby granted consistent with the presented grading permit and erosion control plan subject to A, the November 25, 2025 Pennoni review letter, B, all township ordinances permitting requirements and related fees satisfied, C, the applicant's payment of $1,400 for appearance fees for the various hearing continuances consistent with the approval of April 28, 2025. D, the use of plastics for ENS controls will be reduced to the extent possible. E, native water absorbing plants at the rear of the property consistent with the April 28, 2025 approval to mitigate flow into Crum Creek. And that's my motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Motion made by
You.
Supervisor Roberts Lightcap, seconded by Supervisor San Francisco. Any board comment? Questions? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed? Motion carries.
I didn't.
Oh, Mike?
so vote.
Mike, did you vote? Michael? Michael?
I said aye.
Aye.
Right.
Motion
Thank you, Mr.
carries.
Russo. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
My next life, I'm gonna be an attorney, Mr. Solicitor.
I can't recommend it.
You want to do that?
Now. Yeah.
Too many.
All I want to do is just tell them what to do. I'll go get Mr. Altieri.
Okay. Yeah.
Well, you can go. Okay.
We need break. We're gonna break. Can we take a little break? They need a rest break. Let them get settled.
That's not thorough.
I'm waiting for you, Tom. Don't worry.
No rush, no rush, Tom. There we go. There we go.
Tom, are you ready?
Yes, sir.
All right, I will note that it is 8:54 on Monday, December 8th, 2025. We are now going to open up the conditional use hearing for 3726 and 3730 Gradyville Road, the Village of Four Seasons. The same process will follow as we did in the prior hearing. So I'll turn it over to Mr. Sikora first, and then we'll call up anyone who wishes to be a party protestant.
We're here this evening on the conditional use application and land development application of Village of Four Seasons, Newtown. It'll be conducted in two phases. There's the conditional use application for the disturbance of steep slopes for the construction of an emergency access, some homes, some driveways, some stormwater and associated facilities. That's the conditional use hearing. That was advertised in the Delaware County Times on November 24th and December 1st. Proof of publication will be Township 1. It was posted, the properties were posted a week in advance for this December 8th hearing. The proof of posting would be Township Exhibit 2. And a number of folks received a written letter. That list, proof of mailing, is Township Exhibit 3. So what we do is, go through the hearing just like we did on the issue of steep slopes. And that's over. You can either deliberate or you can defer until after the land uses application is presented. It's really up to you. You can kind of play it by ear as you go. And so I'll turn it over for you unless there's any further questions from me.
Thank you very much, Mr. Sikora. All right, so we'll turn it over now. If there's anyone who has received, well, let me rephrase it this way. If there's anyone who has received the notice of the conditional use hearing and wishes to be granted party status, you can come up to the podium now and state your name and address.
Hi, Chris Ambroggi, 210 Bellflower Lane.
Chris, do me a favor, spell your last name.
Ambroggi.
And your address.
210 Bellflower Lane.
Mr. Petroza, do you have any objection?
No objection.
Thank you very much. Next.
Christopher Roner, 3731 Gradyville Road, and I'm also represented by my attorney, William Dudak, who's in the audience.
1 second here. So 3731 Gradyville?
Yes.
And are you going to be doing the cross-examination? Do you want your attorney doing the cross-examination? How do you want to do this? You just come up to the podium.
I'll do the cross-examination, William Dudak.
William, can you do me a favor to spell your last name?
D-U-D-E-C-K.
And what law firm are you with?
Breidenbach and Associates, Wayne, Pennsylvania.
Right. And you're going to do the cross-examination?
I will.
All right, perfect. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Mr. Petroza, any objection?
I have understanding your practices to allow people who receive notice to participate. I have no objection to them participating. I would like to reserve my position that Mr. Roner is not an aggrieved individual or affected party. He's over 700 feet away from the closest steep slope disturbance, even though his property is across the street.
Okay. Is there any position from the board on whether or not to grant party status to Mr. Roner? And I guess it's important too to note before we do that, which I think is, I know we set out the criteria, what we're doing. We have a conditional use going, and then we have the land development. And maybe I'll actually ask you, Mr. Petroza, to really define, the conditional use is pretty limited with regard to this application. And I don't want, quite frankly, the record to get muddled between the conditional use approval and the land development. And what I would prefer to do, if the board is in favor of this, I know Mr. Sikora just made note of it, is that we do the conditional use by itself completely, vote on it, and then do the land development, which I think honestly makes the most sense. And I think we've all kind of had that discussion and it makes the most sense just to keep it separate. So let me actually abridge my agenda real quick and I will just have you just speak high level before we get into great detail of that conditional use relief. And then I guess it'll give the board the opportunity to really define any objection that they might have with regards to party status.
Okay.
Before you do that, the last case, we didn't let someone speak because they were same thing. Is this the same thing, Rich?
Same issue.
Right.
The last
We
case,
need to stay consistent on what we did last case to this case,
well, the
so.
last case, somebody was 1,200
Right.
feet away from the property.
Right. And this is, how far is this one?
Well, there's two issues. He's a certain distance from the property. I don't know how far, but then the allegation or the assertion is that he's even further from the actual.
And the conditional uses for the disturbance.
Right.
Conditional use.
Okay.
So we need to stay consistent.
I mean, I think you should look at each one individually and make a determination as to whether they have a particular interest in this beyond just a mere citizen throughout, resident throughout the township.
Mr. Petrosa?
Yes, just a little overview on what.
I think it's just to make sure that the board understands what we're speaking with regards to the party status.
Sure. The conditional use that we are seeking relates to some, what I would consider to be extremely minor disturbance to primarily the emergency access road that is proposed. We've managed to keep the roads out of the steep slopes. We've managed to keep the houses out of the steep slopes. We've even managed to keep the driveways and the stormwater management facilities out of the steep slopes. With respect to the very steep slopes, we have 25 square feet of very steep slopes, which is 0.2%, 0.2% disturbance of very steep slopes. And that is in connection with the grading for the emergency access. The actual paved surface will be out of the steep slopes. You have a section in your ordinance that says that for purposes of counting your allowed 5% of very steep slope, if the very steep slope is less than 200 feet, it doesn't count. I'm not sure it makes a big difference whether we're 0.2% or 0% under your ordinance on the very steep slope. On the steep slope disturbance, it's primarily grading associated with the emergency access and some of the houses. Again, the houses themselves are not in the steep slope, but grading associated with the houses. And that's basically what the case is about. In terms of steep slope disturbance, we have 12% of the steep slopes on the property would be disturbed. The ordinance allows 15%. So we're not quite 20% under the amount of disturbance that is allowed. And your ordinance has another section that says that grading in steep slopes is permitted. I think they sort of distinguish between grading and cut and fill, but grading is permitted. So that's basically what the case is about. We have 12% disturbance of steep slopes for things that are permitted to be in the steep slope, and we have 0.2% of very steep slope disturbance for the emergency access grading.
Okay. Do you have anything you want to add there, Mr. Dudek, with regards to potentially getting knocked out on standing?
May I be heard on standing?
If you want, I didn't know if you had any
Yes.
rebuttal on that.
Yeah, I'd like to be heard on standing. So this conditional use application is here as a result of the underlying land development application. There's been no issue that Mr. Roner and his wife Yvonne have standing. They're well within the boundaries of that. They're right across the street from it. They do have a vested interest in opposing this conditional use application because it's a condition of the whole underlying land development. It really makes no sense to say they wouldn't have standing here on that. They received notice of this and that's why they're here.
Yeah.
So consistent with what the gentleman said earlier about if they got notice, they should have standing. That would be consistent with your position.
I wouldn't be challenging their standing with respect to the subdivision land development. They're clearly close enough for that purpose.
It's one and the same. The conditional use is part of the land development, just like the zoning variance. It's part of the whole overall application. It's simply a different measure by which you have to get the relief you're requesting, because that's not a matter of right. That's all I have to say.
Any comments from the board? I'm gonna, sorry.
Well, I was just gonna say, how far is he in terms of feet from the property? No, we talked about from
It's
this
property line versus the area of disturbance.
Property, the property is across the street. So
Yes.
It's just across Gradyville, Mr. Roner's property, so.
Within 500
I don't
feet.
think it's Mr. Roner's property, it's a corporation that he has an interest in.
No, he lives across the street on Gradyville Road. He's within 500 feet of the proposed development, right, Mr. Owner? 50 feet.
Okay, the tax record seemed to indicate it's three initials and no?
Well, he and his wife live on
Okay.
Gradyville Road.
Well,
right
yeah,
across the
they
street.
have, I know they have a lot of property across the street.
Yeah, 4 lots.
Yeah. I don't challenge his standing with respect to the subdivision and land development, and I'll be guided by whatever the board decides on the conditional use. I'd be guided by whatever the board decides on the conditional use.
I have no problem with it being, I mean, I don't know what the board, if the board wants to take a vote on this, but I don't think there's an issue with him getting standing for this. Anyone have any objection? All right,
Thank
move on to the next person.
My name is Philip Kim. My legal first name, Hante. Let me spell this out for you. H-Y-U, N as Nancy, T as in Tom, A-E. I received the notice. I'm a resident of 212 Bellflower Lane, Newtown Square.
No objection.
Thank you very much. Next.
Hi, I'm Kim Renier, R-I-N-N-I-E-R. I'm at 217 Bellflower Lane. I'm right next to where these two proposed homes are going to be built that exit into our cul-de-sac in Marple Township.
And you received a notice.
Yes.
I see that on the certificate. Any objection?
I'm sorry, would you tell me again where your house is located?
217 Bellflower.
And that is how far from the subject property?
The driveway is probably 20 feet from my house.
No objection.
One of the driveways. The other driveways, I don't know exactly how far, but.
No objection.
But they exit out into our community.
You're good. You're admitted. You're good.
Okay.
Next.
I'm Meng Gui Huang from 213 Bellflower Lane.
Can you spell that for us?
Meng Gui, M-E-N-G, 2G, U-I. And last name is Huang, H-U-A-N-G.
Okay, and what's your address?
213 Bellflower Lane. Meng Gui. M-E. Yeah, M is Mary, E-N-G, 2 G's, I. Correct. My home.
John, any objection?
Did you receive notice?
He's on the list.
Yes.
Yes, no objection.
All right, thank you very much.
Thank you.
I am Robert Giorgio, Giorgio, at 206 Bellflower Lane. And I have received notice.
Mr. Petroza?
No objection.
Sir, can you do me a favor? Can you just spell your last name for me one more time?
Yeah, Giorgio, just like Giorgio Armani.
I'll remember you now. You resemble him.
You hit a chord in Mr. Altieri's.
Anyone else wish to be granted party status? All right, Mr. Petroza, we'll turn it over to you, sir.
Thank you very much.
And just to be clear, we're going to do the conditional use separate from the land development. So
Yes, sir.
we'll do the conditional use. Good.
Yes, sir. Very brief introduction. Don Petrosa, representing the applicant, Village of Four Seasons, Newtown LLC, which proposes to develop 21.78 acres of property located on the south side of Gradyville Road, west of PA 252 or Newtown Street Road, with 12 single-family homes. It's 0 Gradyville Road, 3726, and 3730 Gradyville Road. The property to be developed includes 2 existing single-family lots, so that the net increase in dwellings will be 10. And just what we're seeking is conditional use approval related to minimal steep slope disturbance that I described earlier. We're seeking approval for disturbance of steep and very steep slopes related to the emergency access road connecting to the Marple Township portion of the Village of Four Seasons development. We're seeking conditional use approval for disturbance of steep slopes related to the development of single-family homes in the R1 zoning district, and we're seeking conditional use approval for disturbance of steep slopes related to the construction of the single-family homes and related facilities. That is what we're seeking, and as I mentioned earlier, it's 0.2% of the very steep slopes, and that's related to the emergency access, the grading for the emergency access, and 5% is permitted. It's 12% of the steep slopes, 15% is allowed, and that is also related to emergency access and some other associated grading related to the houses and related facilities. Your ordinance does indicate that grading shall be permitted in areas of steep slopes so long as there are not cuts or fills with a vertical height of more than 10 feet. We don't have any cuts and fills with a vertical height of more than 10 feet. As you know, conditional use is a form of permitted use. The existence of a conditional use in an ordinance indicates legislative acceptance that the use is consistent with a zoning plan. Conditional use regulates only the use of the land and not the particulars of development and construction. With that, I expect to call one witness for the conditional use part of this case. I'll have another presenter for the land development portion. But with the board's permission, I would like to call Neil Kamens as my witness.
You are so permitted there, Mr. Petroza.
Yes, I do.
Kamens, state your name and business address.
Neal Kamens, Nealcamens. I work for Chester Valley Engineers at 112 Moores Road in Malvern, PA, 19355.
And what is your occupation or profession?
I'm a professional civil engineer.
Right. And how long have you been a licensed professional engineer in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania?
Since 1996.
And we've included A1, Exhibit A1, as a copy of your resume or CV.
Yes.
Is the information contained on Exhibit A1 true and correct?
Yes, it is.
Mr. Petroza, no need for you to go through a colloquy. The board has heard from Mr. Kamens before. We have admitted him as a professional engineer before. If there's no objection from the board, I'll admit Mr. Kamens as an engineer in the field of civil engineering. You are so admitted, sir.
Thank you.
Are you familiar with the property that is the subject of this conditional use application, which is generally referred to as the Village of Four Seasons, Newtown?
Yes, I am.
Please describe where the property is located.
The property is on the south side of Gradyville Road, as you mentioned, to the west of Pennsylvania 252.
All right. And what is the zoning district?
It's in the R1 Residence District.
And is there a Village of Four Seasons subdivision in Marple Township?
There is. It has 38 lots.
Okay. Directing your attention to the deed package marked Exhibit A2 is the subject property included in the deed package.
Yes.
Directing your attention to the conditional use plan set marked as Exhibit A3, does that show the layout of lots in the proposed subdivision of the Village of Four Seasons?
It does.
How many residential lots and dwellings are proposed?
12.
How many acres is the subject property?
It is just under 22.
And are there 2 existing dwellings on the subject property which are to be demolished?
There are.
And that's 3726 and 3730 Gradyville Road?
Yes.
So the net increase in the number of residential dwellings is 10?
That's correct.
Would you, are we, you're going to use a plan, or can we pull up a plan? Or is it problematic to do that. Yeah, I would say sheet 2 of the conditional use plans.
It'd be good to get to the one with shading.
But we'll get to that.
Okay.
Okay. Now, does that show Cherry Blossom Lane?
Yes, Cherry Blossom Lane, if you look at that plan where north is up, it's at the bottom, the south side of the plan. That is a stub street for the development in Marple Township. You can see that at the bottom of our plan. The street that runs east-west is Bellflower Lane, which is the one that several of the parties have an address on.
Okay, and sheet 3, if we can get to sheet 3 of the conditional use plans. Is that the sheet that lists the conditional uses that we're requesting?
That's actually 2A.
That's 2.
If you go a couple more, the
Yeah.
one with notes.
Make this entire. Yes,
Did.
yes,
The next one more sheet, please. Thank you.
that's it. And that indicates the conditional uses that are requested. Is that correct?
Yes, it does.
With the sections. Does the conditional use relief requested all relate to chapter 134 of the Township Code, which is titled Slope Conservation?
Yes, it does.
Does chapter 134 regulate steep slopes and very steep slopes?
Correct.
But what is a steep slope?
The township ordinance defines steep slopes as between 15% and less than 25%. And then very steep slopes are 25% or greater.
Does section 134-8 of chapter 134 allow a certain percentage of the very steep slopes on a property to be disturbed?
Yes, it does.
What is the maximum permissible disturbed area allowed in very steep slopes?
It's 5% of the total amount of very steep slopes on the property.
What percentage of the very steep slopes on the subject property is proposed to be disturbed by the proposed 12-lot residential development?
0.2%, 25 square feet out of 16,325 square feet of total very steep slopes.
How much very steep slopes?
16 to 325.
What was that? That's 5%. Okay, gotcha.
There's a, Don is referring to, there's the criteria is 5%, so 816 feet would be allowed. And we are proposing to disturb 25%.
All right. Now, what is the maximum permissible disturbed area allowed in steep slopes?
Steep slopes, you're allowed to disturb 15%.
And what percentage of the steep slopes on the subject property is proposed to be disturbed by this development?
12%. So 11,699 is allowed, and we're proposing to disturb 9,679.
Okay. And is that a little less than 20%?
Correct.
Okay. In other words, we're disturbing 20% less than we could be disturbing?
Correct.
All right.
Or said another way, we're disturbing 80% of the allowable. We're under the allowable.
Is the applicant proposing, well, strike that, you've already covered that, I think. Have we requested conditional use approval pursuant to sections 134-7A, 2E, and 134-7B, 2F for disturbance of very steep and steep slopes for the proposed emergency access leading to Cherry Blossom Lane in Marple Township?
That is correct.
What is the purpose of the emergency access that would lead to Cherry Blossom Lane?
So Cherry Blossom Lane is a stub street that ends at the township line between Marple Township and Newtown Township. Previous plans for the Village of Four Seasons in Newtown showed a through road from Gradyville Road into Marple Township. During the land development process and the conditional use and talking to township staff in meetings before the Planning Commission and in hearing from neighbors, we have removed a through road and we've left a emergency access connection to Marple Town. Thank you.
Does the emergency access provide a second means of access for the Village of Four Seasons Newtown and for the Village of Four Seasons Marple in the event that either of the primary accesses become blocked in an emergency?
That is correct.
In your professional opinion, is the proposed location of the emergency access the best location for the emergency access?
It is. When a through road was proposed, we were constrained by the township requirements and design standards for a local street. Working with the fire marshal, we have added curvature to the emergency access, and we can also make the grading change a little more rapidly than we would with a public street, so that we're able to limit the amount of disturbance, so that we're now crossing the wetlands in the narrowest place. We propose narrowest place. We're proposing a arch culvert that will span the wetlands, and we've decreased the amount of steep slopes that we had originally proposed to disturb, since we can now tailor the emergency access to pick the smallest amount of steep slope disturbance.
So by the township staff indicating to us that they didn't want to see the through road, instead we could have an emergency access, that actually reduced tremendously the amount of steep slope disturbance?
Correct, both steep and very steep slopes are less.
In your professional opinion, is there any other practical or feasible location for the emergency access?
No, to connect to the stub street that has already been approved and partially constructed in Marple Township, this is the area that has the least environmental impact.
Now, is the 25 square feet that is being disturbed, a very steep slope that is being disturbed, the only disturbance of very steep slope on the entire property?
It is, and that, to be clear, it's not under the footprint of the emergency access, but the toe of the slope. There's the emergency access is in fill as it crosses across the creek in the low area. And the very toe of the slope just nicks a little bit of very steep slope that we weren't able to avoid.
Can you flesh that out a little bit more when you say like toe? What do you mean by that?
Toe at the bottom of the slope. So the emergency access is 20 feet wide. It's paved with the same paving standard as the street. It has curb to constrain the drainage. And then at the edge of that, we have a slope that slopes down to the ground. We don't have a retaining wall. As that slope leaves the emergency access, it widens out. And so when we got to the very bottom, we touched the very steep slopes. We tried to avoid it completely, but we could not come up with an alignment that minimized our wetlands disturbance, our steep slope, and avoided all the very steep slope. So we disturb about 25 square feet.
Now, do you want to show what that is on the plan or not?
I think the plan that shows the shading would be good.
Let's see, you know what sheet that is? We're just going to show you, if we may, where the steep slope very steep slope disturbance is on the plan.
On the subdivision sheets.
It's also here.
Hold on. Probably best on sheet
I was going to say,
7.
yeah, either 6B or 7. If the board looks at sheet 6B, can they see where it is?
Yeah, we have it.
You got it. Okay. And can you describe where it is, Neil?
So the very steep slope disturbance, if you start at the bottom middle of the plan on the emergency access, they're teeny little triangles, 2 of them on the left, right above the word access,
Okay.
near station 2. So it says 2 + 0, 0. And there's 2 little shaded triangles, and those are the very steep slope.
All right. Now, the steep slope disturbance is also shown on the same plan.
Yes,
Are you on, what sheet are you on?
I'm at 6B.
6B, right? Okay. And again, the steep slope disturbance is 12% of the total steep slopes on the property.
Correct.
And did you design the emergency access to minimize wetland and steep slope disturbance?
Yes.
Other than the emergency access, what other steep slope disturbance is proposed?
So the steep slope disturbance again is shown as the shading, the rest of that shading on 6B. And it is grading for and next to the houses and the street. And the emergency access. There is a very small amount, again, probably just over 25 square feet of disturbance to steep slopes that's actually in where the paving will be for the emergency access. So on the plan, that's closer to station 1, where you see the 1+00. So it's down the page from the culvert, which is that shaded line that crosses the emergency access. Again, we tried to pick a location that had very little slope disturbance, so we can almost fit it through there. And in fact, at one point, we had a narrower emergency access drive, but the fire marshal requested that we make it bigger to comply with the fire code. And so we're nicking the edges of the steep slopes with the emergency access drive.
And does section 134-9 allow grading or earth moving within the steep slope district, provided that such grading or earth moving does not create earth cuts or fills with a vertical dimension in excess of 10 feet?
Correct, as long as they're less than 10 feet.
And do any of the earth cuts or fills in the steep slope district exceed a vertical dimension in excess of 10 feet?
They do not.
In your opinion, does the proposed slope disturbance comply with the township code with respect to slope conservation and allowable slope disturbance?
Yes, it does.
Are the conditional use plans consistent with the purposes of the slope conservation district set forth in section 134-1?
They are.
And do they comply with the objective slope area disturbance limitations of the township code?
Yes, as we've discussed, they're under both the criteria for steep
Are
and
you-
very steep slopes.
Okay. Are you familiar with the specific slope conservation conditional use standards in section 134-14 of the township code?
I am.
And in your opinion, are those standards met?
They are. We detailed how each one of those is met in our response letter of November 6th. The township engineer's review letter had spelled out each of those criteria, and when we resubmitted the plans last, we provided a response to each individual item.
That's going to be an exhibit. We'll get to that in just a minute if we can. Is the emergency access and related stormwater facilities a proper engineering design?
Yes,
You don't have any buildings or structures located in the that would have footings located anywhere in the steep or very steep slopes, do you?
that is correct. The only structure in any of the proposed steep or very steep slope disturbance is the emergency access drive, and it's bituminous asphalt pavement and curb. It does not have any other footings.
And it's proper engineering design?
Yes,
Is the fire marshal satisfied with the design of the emergency access?
yes,
Let's see, are there any driveways proposed to be located in steep or very steep slopes?
there are not.
Will the stormwater facilities be designed and constructed to control surface runoff of water such that it will not create unstable conditions, including erosion?
That is correct. And as a reminder, there's no stormwater management facilities proposed in the steep or very steep slopes.
Are earth moving activities and vegetation removal designed to be conducted only to the extent necessary to accommodate the emergency access and stormwater, strike the stormwater management facilities, and in the manner that shall limit as far as practical surface runoff, erosion, or sedimentation, or stable soil conditions, and will all reasonable mitigation techniques and procedures be utilized?
They will.
Are you familiar with the general conditional use standards of section 172-13 of the code?
Yes,
Does the proposed disturbance of steep and very steep slope meet or exceed those standards?
it does.
Will the steep or very steep slope disturbance or the improvements to be located therein increase the danger of fire or panic or otherwise endanger the public safety?
It will not. In fact, the emergency access, which necessitates the steep slope, will increase the safety in regard to fire service and other emergency services.
Will the proposed slope disturbance, both steep and very steep, have any detrimental effect on neighboring properties?
No,
Will that disturbance impair stormwater management or cause soil erosion?
no,
To the extent the standards of section 172-89 of the Township Code for conditional uses are applicable and not duplicative of the many other conditional use standards of the zoning code, in your opinion, does the proposed disturbance of slopes or the related improvements meet or exceed those standards?
it does.
Now, you mentioned, and I think it's in our packet as Exhibit A4, you mentioned Chester Valley Engineers' response letter of November 6, 2025, which is marked Exhibit A4. Would you take a look at that letter? And I don't mean to belabor this, but I just want to make sure we cover all of these. Can you please, the township engineer was kind enough to list these standards for these conditional use services of steep slopes. Did you provide a written explanation of how we met those standards?
Yes, I did.
Could you review them, please?
Yes. So in that letter on page 3 are the standards to the general conditional use standards, which is section 172-89A1A. And I'm just going to quote our responses. The proposed disturbance of steep and very steep slopes is below the limits allowed. Finished grades and slopes will conform to ordinance requirements and standard construction practices, such that areas where slopes have been disturbed will be indistinguishable from other constructed areas of the site where no steep/very steep slopes were located. The accessibility of the site to emergency services is similar to that of other developments in the township. The plans include vehicular circulation plans for fire trucks. The design of the emergency access drive has satisfied the township fire marshal. The comprehensive plan includes an objective to, quote, maintain the stability of steep and very steep slopes, quote. All of the areas of steep and very steep slopes that are disturbed will be stabilized with accepted erosion control measures to reestablish vegetation through measures such as seeding and the installation of erosion control blankets. The comprehensive plan also calls to, quote, continue to enforce the provisions of the Steep Slope Conservation District and add limits to impervious cover within areas of steep and very steep slopes. Quote, the proposed disturbance of steep and very steep slope are within the limits of the Steep Slope Conservation District, and no impervious surface is proposed within the areas of disturbed very steep slopes. The included traffic operations analysis, is that relevant to this?
I don't think it is relevant
Okay.
to the conditional use.
The areas of disturbed steep and very steep slopes are all vegetated areas. They will be drained as the rest of the site, either to stormwater management systems or in limited areas as bypass that has been accommodated for in the stormwater management calculations. All the areas of steep and very steep slopes that are disturbed will be stabilized. This is the same thing I said before, with accepted erosion control measures to reestablish vegetation through measures such as seeding and the installation of erosion control blankets. Going to read G. None of the areas of proposed steep/very steep slope disturbance impact streams, lakes, swamps, springs, or wetlands. By definition, the slope disturbance is to occur in areas of steep/very steep slopes and grades. The proposed conditional use is related to approximately 1% of the site, 9,679 square feet of disturbed steep and very steep slopes, out of 900,000, I'm sorry, 948,961 square feet of site area, which substantiated the site's suitability. The areas of proposed steep / very steep slope disturbance do not impact the existing residential uses on the site or abutting properties. The density of development is consistent with the zoning ordinance and in complete compliance with the requirements of the land development and subdivision ordinances. The areas of proposed steep / very steep slope disturbance are isolated and do not have a direct impact on abutting properties.
Okay. And what about number 7? Those were conditional use standards as well.
So as we listed in our letter on page 6, which was response to comment 7, these are the specific conditional use standards related to steep slopes in section 134.14B as in boy. There are no structures proposed within the disturbed steep, very steep slopes that are the subject of the conditional use. The proposed grading of the steep / very steep slope areas is consistent with township zoning regulations. A requirement of the plan is the issuance of an NPDES permit from PADEP or the Delaware County Conservation District. The plans for such permit will include complete erosion and sedimentation control design. There are no storm drainage or stormwater facilities within the steep / very steep slopes. Such facilities are located outside the steep / very steep slopes and are proposed where needed to collect, manage, and discharge stormwater runoff. The areas of proposed steep / very steep slope disturbance were reduced through the design and township review process. The amount of steep / very steep slope disturbance is below the amounts allowed in the ordinance. The areas of steep / very steep slope disturbance are limited to areas where there are no practical alternatives. The areas of proposed steep / very steep slope disturbance were reduced throughout the design and township review process. The earth moving activities and vegetation removal associated with this disturbance is the minimum necessary to accommodate the proposed roadway, homes, and emergency access drive. There are no structures proposed within the steep, very steep slope, the disturbed steep / very steep slope that are the subject of the conditional use. Best practices for grading, drainage, and erosion control are proposed to mitigate the steep slope disturbance.
What about your responses on the slope conservation district in number 8?
I can read those as well. The areas of the proposed steep / very steep slope disturbance were reduced throughout the design and township review process. The earth moving activities and vegetation removal associated with this disturbance is the minimum necessary to accommodate the proposed roadway, homes, and emergency access drive. The areas of proposed steep / very steep slope disturbance are adjacent to the limits of the disturbance. The disturbed areas are proposed to be graded to smoothly transition from the proposed lot, roadway, emergency access grading to the undisturbed areas. in addition to the comprehensive erosion and sedimentation control measures for the site, the seeding and mulching notes describe measures to be taken during non-germinating periods, including November 15 to April 1st, to stabilize disturbed areas and minimize erosion. There is no paving proposed within the disturbed very steep slopes that are the subject of the conditional use. There are no structures proposed within the disturbed steep/very steep slopes that are the subject of the conditional use. The areas of proposed steep/very steep slope disturbance are adjacent to the limits of the disturbance. The disturbed areas are proposed to be graded smoothly to transition from the proposed lot, roadway, emergency access grading to the undisturbed areas. Then a requirement of the plan is the issuance of an NPDES permit from PADEP or the Delaware County Conservation District. The plans for such permit will include complete erosion and sedimentation control design, which will minimize erosion and sedimentation. The areas of proposed steep/very steep slope disturbance are vegetated areas, which limits the increase in stormwater runoff from existing conditions.
Okay. Now, Exhibit A5 in the packet is, appears to be photos for conditional use.
Yes,
Can you describe what that shows?
these are photographs that were taken by a landscape architect with my firm and some by surveyors with our firm and some of their visits to the site. Their ordinance has a requirement to submit photos for conditional use. The subject of these photos is to show the wooded areas of the site where the slope disturbance is proposed. While the photos are all different, the character of the land is extremely similar. And there's nothing unique about the very steep and steep sloped areas compared to some of the areas that are slightly flatter. Unlike that prior application, there are no large boulders or anything else that's remarkable.
Did you really make every reasonable effort to minimize steep and very steep slope disturbance?
Yes, we did.
And also, did you make every effort to minimize any negative effect from the limited amount of very steep and steep slope disturbance which is proposed?
Yes.
Is there anything else you would like to add?
I think we touched on it, but our original application for the property had the same number of lots, had the through road. And through this process, we've changed the through road to an emergency access. And we've cut down on the amount of both steep and very steep slope disturbance that's proposed. And we've removed the proposed disturbance from underneath stormwater and drainage facilities.
That's all the questions I have.
Any questions from the board for this witness? And we'll also reserve our ability to ask questions after the party protestants go. But are there any questions for this witness now?
Yes. You're saying very steep, this is a small issue. You're saying very steep slope at 25 feet. I think the table I saw on the 5th page of the conditional use plan is 68 feet. That's kind of what I based, and it was 0.4%. Oh, sure. Sorry, Tom. It was 25 feet of very steep slope disturbance. I think page 5 says 68 feet, 0.4%. And you don't have to answer it now, but if throughout this, if you could just clarify if it's one or the other. I don't want to.
You're correct. That's what the plan says.
But that's not the number.
The number actually is 25.
Okay. And then could you read all that again? Sorry.
I do what I'm told by attorneys, so if you like, I will.
All right, we're gonna start it off with, Mr., how do you say it, Ambridge? Chris, come on up. Now, remember, this is a cross-examination, so it's just based off of what Mr. Kamens has testified to.
I'm not a lawyer, so please forgive me, but, have you been to the site where the emergency access is gonna be?
Yes, I think
Not testify.
10 or 15 times through the
Okay.
years.
Is the emergency access route required for this neighborhood?
The emergency access has been required by the township fire marshal as a means to provide a second means of access. It is not, to my knowledge, enumerated in township code as a specific requirement that I could point you to a section.
In general, is there a number of homes in a neighborhood that then requires an emergency access route?
Not written specifically such as that in the Newtown Township ordinance that I'm aware of.
Okay. In theory, if the developer in the future were to expand west toward the reservoir to increase the amount of homes that are on the Newtown side of the neighborhood, would the emergency access route then be required?
I think it's already been required by the township fire marshal for these 12 lots.
Okay. Is a dedicated emergency access route, is that the only use of that emergency access route that's proposed? Or are there other uses for it in this particular rendering?
I'm not sure what you mean by
Are there
other
any
uses.
driveways that exit out onto that emergency access route?
There is one lot, lot 3, that joins the emergency access and can use the emergency access as regular access in one direction.
Which direction can it use the access?
It is shown on these plans as heading to Marple Township. There's been consideration that instead that lot 3 should use the access in a normal manner to connect back to Newtown Township.
And so if is there going to be a gate on the emergency access
There
route?
would be a gate on the emergency access so that it was not available for through traffic to anyone but emergency vehicles.
Except for the people who
No,
access it.
the gate would still be there even for the people on lot 3, such that they do not get a choice of which way, that the gate will be situated in one way, so they have one means of exit from their property.
So it has been proposed that there might be a gate on the township line that would prevent lot 3 from exiting into Marple's township. But
That is
instead
correct.
Newtown Township. That's not rendered on these plans, though.
That is correct.
Think of it. Is the emergency access route part of lot 3?
The portion of it is on lot 3, and then a portion of it is on an open space parcel.
Who will maintain the emergency access route if
The
it's
homeowner
part of
asso-
lot 3?
The homeowners association would maintain the emergency access.
And I heard you say that the majority of very steep slope violation for this development is at the toe of that emergency access route.
The only steep slope is, as I corrected from Mr. Score's comment, is 25 square feet at the bottom of the grading, so the toe being the bottom of the slope where it meets the existing ground for the emergency access.
Okay. And so if it were not necessarily to be required, the emergency access route, why would we go to all these measures and violate the only portion of very steep slopes of the neighborhood to make sure that that emergency access route is built, including a bridge over wetlands?
Well, I'd first say that I don't believe it's proper to call it a violation. The conditional use is a permitted use and the ordinance prescribes the limits and conditions to use that. And we're significantly under the threshold.
I
So that I
apologize for
believe
the
that
word
the
violation.
application's meeting the objective criteria for that use.
Okay, thank you. That's all I got for the emergency.
Thank you very much. Mr. Dudek.
Hello, Mr. Keynes. I'm going to refer to your letter of November 6, 2025. What exhibit is that?
A4.
A4?
Excuse me. I have some hearing loss. Can you try to speak up a little more? I've
Sure.
trouble hearing you.
Is this better?
That is. Thank you very much.
All right, you're welcome. So I'm going to be referring to A4, which is your letter dated November 6, 2025. That's addressed to Mr. Nease, okay?
Yes.
All right, so directing your attention to the third page at the very top. First off, with respect to the very steep slope disturbance area, you say it's only 25 square feet. Is that correct?
That is.
Okay, and you said that that's related to the toe of the emergency access road?
It's the toe of the slope for the grading of the emergency access.
Okay, and when you say the toe of the slope, it's not part of the road itself?
Correct.
Okay, why is it then necessary?
Because the road is in fill. And so, I'm sorry, the road is in fill, FILL. And when you do that, you have to slope away from that. So we're not proposing a retaining wall. We're proposing that the ground be sloped away from the road to support the road. So you think of like a pyramid, only the top would be flat. So the emergency access is at the top of this, and then the road slopes away on both sides and ties down to the ground where the base is wider than the emergency access at the top.
Is that a cut and fill technique?
It's fill.
But not cut?
No, if it were cut, that would mean we'd have the road lower than the existing ground. In this case, the emergency access is higher, so it's all fill or embankment. So dirt has to be moved there from another part of the site to raise the elevation.
So when you cut and fill, that's when you cut the top and you fill in the lower part for the grading? Is that how it works?
You cut areas where you want to lower the grade and you fill areas where you want to raise the grade.
And you're not doing the cutting here, it's only the filling portion?
Where the steep slope disturbance, the very steep slope that you talked about, that area is in fill. There are areas of cut on the site. Yeah, I'm sorry. No, I get that. The area of the proposed emergency access and the very steep slope disturbance is in fill. Fill, FILL. There will be cut in other locations to generate that material. Thank you, Steve.
And so with respect to the emergency access road, what sort of investigation did you undertake to determine that there was no other feasible alignment or location for it?
So we're using a survey of the property that shows the topography. And that is how we determine where there are steep and very steep slopes according to the township criteria. We also base the location of the emergency access on where there would be the least amount of impact to the wetlands. The wetlands on site were delineated by a wetland scientist several years ago, and then all the wetlands were reflagged by my company. And that same wetland scientist revisited the site in April of this year to confirm those locations. So we selected a location and an alignment for the emergency access that could curve in between as many areas of steep and very steep slope as possible, have a crossing of the stream that was as near perpendicular as possible, and still conform with the requirements of the township fire marshal.
And when was this investigation done?
Which, the wetlands?
Just the whole determination of whether or not this was in fact the most feasible location.
It's been ongoing, to be honest, for probably over a decade. We have worked on this project. So the final design was produced in 2024, I should say differently.
All right.
A design was done in 2024, and then as we worked with the township and the township fire marshal, we refined the design in 2025.
And it's only that portion of the emergency access road which touched upon either a very steep or a steep slope within the R1 district? For the emergency access road, it's only that 25 square feet.
There's 25 square feet of very steep slope disturbance. There is additional steep slope disturbance either at the emergency access road or in the grading in other locations.
Okay, so what other locations upon the site are within the very steep slope designation of the township's ordinance? Besides that,
The areas that are not being disturbed?
no, you said, are there other areas of very steep slope besides the toe of the emergency access road being disturbed?
No, that's the only, they're 25 square feet in one location is the only proposed disturbance of very steep slope.
Okay, and so the rest of the conditional use application relates to disturbance of what's known as steep slope, not very steep slope.
Correct,
And that's greater than 15, but less than 25%.
correct.
And what's the nature of those disturbances? What's the use?
So some of it is for the emergency access and the grading with the emergency access, as we discussed. Others is grading for the roadway, but when I say grading, it's not within the footprint of the roadway, but it's grading next to it. And then also grading for the proposed houses.
How many houses are going to require steep slope disturbance? How many of the 12 lots?
I'm looking.
Okay.
There is grading for houses within the steep slopes on lots 1, 2, and 12.
So 3 out of the 12 lots are affect the steep slopes?
The grading, yes.
None of, I thought I heard your attorney, and I think even your testimony said no structures are actually within the steep slope area.
That is correct. In the disturbed steep slope area or in any steep slope, there are no structures.
And when you use the term disturbance in your letter and in your testimony, what do you define disturbance as?
I'm using land disturbance as typically defined in either the township ordinance or DEP regulations and state law. So it is actually disturbing the ground surface.
So section 134-2 of the ordinance defines disturb as to remove, strip, relocate, grade, excavate, cover, fill, or otherwise directly or indirectly alter or destroy existing vegetative ground cover. Is that your definition you used for your testimony?
The disturbance would fall under that definition.
And so when you're directly disturbing any kind of vegetative ground cover, are you also considering any kind of effects outside of what, say, a shovel or something might actually touch, like an indirect disturbance, like runoff and things like that? Does that count as disturbance?
Well, runoff is not disturbance. Runoff is the drainage from rainfall that hits the ground. So it's totally different than land disturbance.
Okay, so you're actually looking at only land disturbance when you come up with these calculations as opposed to anything like an incidental runoff.
Well, land disturbance is disturbing the ground. Runoff happens on undisturbed ground and disturbed ground, unrelated. The amount of disturbance and the final surface of the land affect the stormwater, but that's not really related to where you're disturbing. It's how you would calculate runoff.
And when you're talking about the grading on lots 1, 2, and 12, is that all for stormwater management purposes?
None of it is for stormwater management. It is for the houses.
And what you mean in terms of being able to support the structure?
No, it's grading next to the houses so that it's grading in what would be a yard of the houses, either a side yard, a front yard, or a rear yard.
So help me understand this. So if none of the structures are located in the steep slope areas, but steep slope grading is necessary, are the houses just outside of a slope? Like, how does that work?
Correct.
So, so explain that to me. If I have a street and my house faces the front, right? Hey, this is the street in front of me.
Can I have you take the mic with you, because we have
Yeah,
somebody
I'm-
who's listening from home.
I'm sorry about that. So if I have a street in front of me and only the grading around my house requires a steep slope disturbance, how, I mean, are these lots, like, where do they slope away from so that the structure isn't affected, but only the grading is by the steep slope present?
So you got to remember that the slope of the land is like a continuum. So if you and I walked out there, we would not be able to tell the difference between a 14% slope and a 15% slope, or probably a 10% slope and a 20% slope. You know, I might be able to tell the difference between a 5% slope and a 25% slope. So the area where all the houses go is of course disturbed, but the steep and very steep slope regulations, the way they're written is that they apply to the horizontal footprint where that ground slope is exceeded. So in some ways, it's an artificial construct. And you're correct, you're gonna put a house next to an area and nobody would be able to tell the difference if the house were in 15% or 14% slope. But the ordinance has a cutoff, so you take the ground contours, use the definition in the ordinance of how to define and measure the slope. When it exceeds more than 15% for the required number of contours, then we shade that on the plan. And then if you disturb that, we've then identified those as requiring conditional use approval.
So it's not necessarily something that's visible to the naked eye,
That is correct.
right? Is that the summary of it? Okay, I understand. Could I just have a minute just to review?
Take your time.
Thank you. Besides the structures that you mentioned, the dwellings on lots one, or I'm not sorry, not the dwellings, but the grading for the structures on 1, 2, and 12, and the emergency access road, are there any other uses that are within the steep or very steep slope areas of the R1 district on the property?
There's no other proposed disturbance. There will be uses, but not disturbance of the land.
Stormwater management?
No, like they will be in someone's undisturbed part of their yard. So there's no other steep slope that we're proposing to grade. That someone's gonna stick a shovel in the ground or use a machine to disturb. They'll be in the same condition today as they would following construction of the development.
What sort of investigation did you use to determine whether or not abutting properties would be adversely affected by this runoff?
Can you say that again?
Sure. What sort of investigation did you undertake to determine whether abutting properties would be adversely affected by possible runoff or erosion?
I looked at what our drainage plan is, where the water drains, and whether we have, as I testified to, areas of steep or very steep slope disturbance where that water would directly drain off onto an adjacent property, and we do not have any.
So that plan that you looked at took into consideration that it was steep slope or very steep slope areas being affected?
I looked at the proposed disturbed areas, which are the highlighted areas on the plan. And I looked at the runoff from those, what direction that runoff flows. So for example, on lot 1, the runoff does not flow into Marple Township. It stays in Newtown Township and actually is picked up by facilities that we're proposing to construct and then it travels along the back of lot 2. On lot 2, the runoff either goes directly into stormwater management or gets in that same facility that drains from lot 1, 2 onto lot 4, and then is discharged into the watercourse and wetlands on lots 4, maybe 3, and the open space. So none of that water ever enters onto an abutting property until long after it is within the existing water course, which then drains down into the lake.
And it looks like most of the steep slope areas, for lack of a better term, in the center of the plan, and somewhat of a line there. Is that correct?
Which,
We're looking at the plan here. What numbers, this conditional use plan, the grading and utilities do you have up?
yeah, it's on 6, we're looking at sheet 6B as in boy.
Right, so 6B, if I'm not mistaken, the purple highlight are the areas of disturbance and steep or very steep slope areas, is that correct?
That is correct.
And it looks like the majority of them are in the center of the development, if you will.
I don't know, I'd call it the center of the development, but it's on the lots we've already discussed.
Okay, 1, 1, 3, 12, and where's the emergency access? What lot is that on?
The emergency access is on the plan to the left of the word Village of Four Seasons Phase 1, to the left of that word village. That is Cherry Blossom Lane, which is a roadway in the Marple development. When it crosses the township line, which is the diagonal line across the middle of the page, it's then going to become the emergency access. It's located on lot 3, and then it becomes located on an open space parcel.
That's not part of lot 12?
Correct. It looks like a square in the middle,
Yeah.
and there's text that says 1.15 acres, open space number 1.
Okay.
That's not part of any lot. It will be an open space parcel owned by the homeowners association.
Okay, all right, thank you. It looks like one of the criteria under 134.14B, it says no conditional use for a structure or use of land in a slope conservation district shall be granted unless it has been demonstrated by the applicant that, and it says no, number 5, no alternative location is feasible or practical for the proposed use. So in terms of these lots, these homes on 1, 2, and 12, what was done to determine whether or not there could be a different, like, how do you interpret that? How do you interpret that requirement for these lots, 1, 2, and 12? How do you interpret that requirement?
Hold on, I just want to look at the code section again, please. So you're looking at subsection 5.
Yeah, so for every single lot you just mentioned, all 3 of them, you have to show that no other alternative location is feasible or practical for the proposed use outside of the steep slopes that you talked about. How did you determine that?
Well, those areas not associated with the emergency access are yard grading. And so when I read that section, that to me, that no alternative location is feasible or practical, that for a yard, that there really isn't a requirement to do anything. There's just no reasonable, for lack of a better word, way to look at that.
So you don't look at it as if the whole subdivision is R1 and you've already got 9 lots, maybe you can't build 3 of those lots on 1, 2, and 12, right? Maybe you can't put houses on there. Because you've got a use on the other 9, right?
I look at a conditional use in combination with the other ordinance provisions, such as the density requirements and the lot requirements. And knowing that something is in compliance with other requirements on the lot, then you look at it like, is that disturbance of the conditional use, which is a permitted use, allowed for the criteria that are written. I think a sentence like that is far more applicable to something that is unique in its location, like the emergency access.
But 134-17, doesn't it say no provision of the zoning subdivision or any other ordinance shall be construed as defining any term of this chapter? Or, yeah, I'm sorry. 134-17, it says no provision of the zoning subdivision or any other ordinance shall be construed as defining any term of this chapter or modifying any provision hereof. So actually this prevails, right? Over those ordinances you're talking about, don't they? Doesn't it?
I don't know that my expertise lends itself to interpreting that section of the code.
You interpreted other sections, didn't you?
I did.
But not that one?
That one to me is about the applicability of different sections of the code. And to be honest, when I read through that, it is confusing to me as what that means, and I would seek legal advice as to what that section says.
Okay. But you would agree with me, would you not, that you have other feasible uses of the residential area outside of lots 1, 2, and 12 for the proposed use, which is grading around structures, right? This one? Okay. You would agree with me, would you not, that you do have use on that whole project, the R1? That's the land classification we're talking about, right? R1.
It is R1.
Right. You have 9 other lots that are being used, but 3 of which are disturbing the steep slopes, right?
There are 3 that we've talked about that have steep slope disturbance on them.
So there are alternative locations that are feasible or practical for the proposed use. They're just not on these 3 lots, right?
There are additional locations. I don't know that there's another alternative location that still meets the density that's allowed on the property that does not disturb steep slopes.
No further questions.
Thank you very much. We'll now move, I think it's Mr. King, correct? Kim? Kim, K-I-M. And Mr. Kim, before you start, we're gonna give Tom a break to rest his fingers there.
Tom, you got it in your car? There'll be more testimony, Tom. You gonna be all right?
Oh, yeah.
A lot of paper you used.
I got a whole box in my.
Will you come back if we let you go to your car? That's the question.
Thank you.
You good?
Yes, yes.
All right, Mr. Kim, floor is yours.
Yeah, so I'm not a lawyer, so I'll be very brief. So I have many questions, but I'd like to focus on 2 major things I do not think, to the best of my knowledge, have been addressed properly. So the first thing is, pertains to lot 3, which is right there, juxtaposed to my lot. So your EAC, Environmental Advisory Committee, back in September 2025, put out this recommendation. I will quote their recommendation. A quote.
This is supposed to be questions.
Yeah, you're gonna, you have an objection to that, Mr. Petroza?
Yes, objection.
Yeah. you wanna
This is
state-
about repair and buffer.
Just real quick, you want to state your objection?
Yes, he's not, first of all, he's not asking a question. That's the objection.
You have a
I would
question?
ask the question after quoting this recommendation by EAC. About repair and buffer.
Let's do that. Hold on, Paul. Let's do this. Just get to the point of the question. And if you need to incorporate that, go ahead and incorporate that. But remember that you're supposed to be cross-examining what Mr. Kamens has testified on. If you have public comment in general, you can also provide it at the end. But if you have a question based off anything he's testified on, this is your opportunity to do.
Okay, let me rephrase it so that it can be a question. Could you explain why there's a discrepancy in the application? And I will quote the recommendation by EAC regarding repair and buffer. How about that? So quote, 100 feet repair and buffer should be enforced in this development. The applicant is using a 50
Objection.
feet repair and buffer.
It calls for a legal conclusion that's already been ruled on by the township.
He is correct on that. I mean, the township has already ruled that the 100-foot riparian buffer is not applicable for this application because they vested under the existing ordinance before the new 100-foot riparian buffer ordinance came into effect.
That's the answer.
But what EAC is saying under their recommendation is the application submitted in October 2024 was incomplete. The complete application submitted was after the township adjusted repair and buffer.
And what they also say in that is that we ask for legal determination on this matter, which our solicitor has already opined on, which has been made part of this record already with regards to everything else.
One other objection, it's not related to steep slopes, which is the subject of what we're here for.
Do you have anything related to the steep slopes with regards to the conditional use that he's testified on so far? You can provide public comment at the end of the conditional use hearing, but right now it's your opportunity to ask questions for anything that Mr. Kamens has just testified on with regards to the conditional use. The land development will be the next phase of this hearing, which will also take place tonight as well.
Great. I will make a comment then.
Okay, thank you very
Thank
much. The next one is, and I apologize, my hand's writing got sloppy. It's gonna be 217 Bellflower. I think it's Kim is the first name. Kim, how do you spell your last name again?
Near, R-I-N-N-I-E-R.
Perfect. Same thing, Mr. Renier. It's gonna be cross-examination of Mr. Kamens on what he's testified with regards to the conditional use.
Okay, so, regarding the 38 home community, did Marple Township require an emergency exit route?
I do not know. I wasn't the engineer for the Marple Township project.
Okay, because,
I think the answer is that, I think they did.
they did.
Yeah.
So if there was another emergency exit, that would suffice for the 38 home community, right?
I did not have anything to do with that project. It was designed by Matt Hoopman, and I can't tell you what is or is not required or would not comply with Marple Township.
Because there is another proposed emergency exit right next to my property, one lot over, that probably would suffice. And if that did suffice, would those two neighborhoods have to still be connected?
The connection we're proposing was something required by the fire marshal
The Newtown
in
Township.
Newtown Township.
That's because they wanted a separate fire exit, emergency exit?
Correct.
But if there was one for us and one for them, would there be a different one for you? I'm saying if the 38 home community could use the one that's proposed on the plan, could you do your own and have everything go to Newtown Township, and those driveways would be not coming into Marple Township, but to go into Newtown Township? Is there another way to do it without, I mean, if you're talking 38 homes would use the one emergency exit, you're talking 12 homes for another emergency exit, where else could it be?
The location of the emergency access is the least disturbance. The emergency access from the homes proposed in Newtown Township is the least disturbance to steep slopes and wetlands and very steep slopes, where we show it connecting up to Cherry Blossom Lane.
But it wouldn't have to connect if you were only doing Newtown Township. You would handle their request for an emergency access on that side, and we would have our own on our side.
I should explain what emergency access is.
So regardless of what happens in Marple Township, to provide a second means of connection for an emergency, the only location that has this limited amount of steep slope disturbance and wetland disturbance is the location we're showing it connecting to Cherry Blossom Lane. If we put it in another location to connect, say, directly to Bellflower, or to try to connect to 252, we would disturb more steep and very steep slopes than we're showing.
And it's required for your 12 homes?
Yes.
Okay. And there's no other way to switch those driveways so they don't come out into Bellflower Lane and have a Bellflower Lane address and not be subject to our HOA?
I think that's a different issue. That's got nothing to do with the conditional use application.
I have to agree with
Objection.
that objection. Sustained. So you can ask that question another way, or you can just move on to the next question.
Okay, I
Actually,
just,
you can't, actually, I'm sorry, you can't ask it another way because it does have nothing to do with the conditional use application. I'm sorry. So I'm going to sustain the objection.
okay. I guess the big point I had was that I thought each community could have their own emergency access and that would suffice for both townships.
Understood.
But you're saying that can't be done.
This is free, this is the cross-examination of Mr. Kamens.
You're saying that can't be done, correct?
I'm saying that we're providing an emergency access connection that has the least amount of steep and very steep slope and wetland disturbance where we're showing it.
Okay, well, I don't know if that's everything, I guess.
Thank you very much. The next one's going to be Miss Huang at 213 Bellflower Lane.
My home, lot 1, 2 is facing my home, so I wonder.
Can you talk in the microphone, please? Again, I don't hear very well. I can't hear you at all. I'm sorry.
Okay. Here, can you hear me?
That's
Yeah.
much better.
Yeah, okay. My house is facing lot 1, 2. I wonder if the woods will be removed if lot 1, 2 house will be built there. Oh, okay. Our house is facing lot 1 and 2, and I wonder if the house will be built there. The woods as a buffer will be kind of separate phase 1 and phase 2 development, or the woods will be removed and then back to woods. The trees, the woods. Yeah.
There will be tree removal and there's tree removal shown on the plan for the construction of many of the houses, including the houses on lots 1 and 2.
So does that mean phase 1 and phase 2 has no buffer and then they are connected to each other? Yeah, are they kind of two to be one? Because the woods buffer will be completely removed, or you still leave the woods buffer to be there as now?
I'm sorry, I may not be understanding the question, but it doesn't seem to me.
So for now, our house is facing the forest to the
Second, ma'am,
woods.
1 second. So I know we have too many people talking and Tom's trying to transcribe this.
Yeah.
So again, right now, where we are with this phase of this hearing is that we're only talking about the items that are relevant to the conditional use hearing.
Correct. yeah.
Right? So that removal of the buffer is going to be more for the land development application
Okay.
and hearing presentation, which will take place after this conditional use one.
Okay.
So if you have anything related to the steep slope and very steep slope
Sure.
disturbance, now's your opportunity to ask Mr. Kamens.
Yeah, so about the slope, so the house will build under, kind of above the slope, or so it's a slope. I know after this is street and then this is flat area, so the house will build under the slope, or is on top of the slope. Is it a very steep slope? I wonder. And the house it seems like face to face, lot 1 and 2 are facing to each other, not facing to us. Is it correct?
Let me try to answer what you said first.
Yeah.
The slopes are not under the houses.
Uh-huh.
Once they are graded next to the houses, that land will no longer be steep. So
Okay.
the grading around those houses will be very similar to both the existing houses in Marple and the other houses in Newtown Township.
You mean you will elevate the slope and then make it flat, and then it will be on the level of the street, correct?
Near the houses where we have the steep slope disturbance.
Okay.
Both the houses on lots 1 and 2 will be lower than the road than Bellflower Lane is today.
Okay. And are lot 1, 2 facing to the street, or they are facing to each other?
They're shown on the plan facing to the street.
Facing to the street.
Yeah.
So the driveway actually is point to our house. So I just wonder, so why the design so awkward, and then the headlight of the car will be kind of directly shooting to us?
Again, this is just about
Paul,
steep stairs.
Stop. Go ahead. Don. Go ahead. No, there's a process we gotta follow here.
Well, yes, so
There's a process we have to follow.
To be rich.
That's not accurate at all, and I'm not gonna do this right now, but Don, put your objection.
I object, it's not relevant to the conditional use here.
Again, ma'am, it
Sure.
has to be relevant to what we've already heard testifying
Okay,
for with
yeah.
Mr. Kamens.
All right, yeah.
Thank you.
Yep, yeah.
All right, perfect. Mr. Giorgio.
Thank you. I won't use a microphone. This is relative to some questions relative to the definition of steep and very steep slope. What you said that you cannot exceed a certain percentage both for steep or very steep slope. And you use that for the aggregate of the entire community, the development. To me, when I look at it, it probably should apply, in my view. The question is, why doesn't it apply to each individual lot? Because you have these 12 lots, and 11 lots could be non-slope, and one could have all the slope in the world. You'll be below the whole thing, and you'll still develop on the slope on a lot that has a great amount of steepness. I mean, why doesn't the definition apply to each lot as opposed to the entire development?
I can't really tell you why. I can just tell you that it's been my experience and as interpreted by the township zoning officer and the township engineer, that the amount of slope disturbance is measured on the project prior to subdivision. I think if you had an existing lot that existed all by itself today, those things would apply to that lot. But on a development, they apply to the area being developed.
Yeah, because the way I look at it, you have 12 lots here, right? You have one developer for the entire thing. But I can imagine you could have 12 developers for these 12 lots. And according to the definitions you have, 9 would qualify and 3 probably wouldn't for developing because they would exceed the maximums. I don't understand why that doesn't apply for this case. I want to say, I don't understand why it applies to individual lots. I think it should apply to individual lots. I'm not sure what the case law is.
Those lots do not exist today, so they are not the property boundary.
Yeah, but there's boundaries on each of these lots.
There are proposed lot lines.
Yeah, there's boundaries on each lot.
But those lots do not exist yet today.
But they will exist.
They will.
And then when they do exist, they'll exceed, some of these lots will exceed the maximum.
If you measured it after the lot were constructed, your math is correct.
That is correct. So that's sort of like a fabrication to get approval for something that you can't get once you have the final approval. When you have the final approval, you're out of actually compliance.
The ordinance.
Okay, so that's what I don't understand.
The ordinance actually has provisions that require you to apply the steep slope before you can get approval of the lots. So we could not get approval of the lots without showing a proposed use on the lots and that it meets the criteria of the ordinance. And in this case, since we're disturbing steep slopes on the lots, we have to show that that disturbance meets the criteria that we need for this conditional use.
Yeah, I don't see the evidence why it doesn't apply to individual lots
I
just
think-
because of boundaries.
With all due respect, I believe that point's been made. You
Okay.
answered the question. We get your point.
All right, second question. On lot number 12, you said you will not disturb steep slopes. Lot 12 has a number of steep slopes. If I look at the,
I think lot 12 is one of those I listed as would have steep slope.
it does have steep slope. So if I look at the position of the house, if I look south of the house as it faces the Village of Four Seasons, that's heavily wooded. What will be the status of all those trees on that lot below the house as it faces the Village of Four Seasons? Would that be disturbed, those trees? Would they be removed or will they stay there?
Objection, I don't think that's relevant to this proceeding.
Not. I'll sustain it.
Now, what he said, though, is on the steep slopes, they will not disturb the land, the ground. Question I have is, will the trees on that steep slopes be disturbed, be removed?
The areas of steep slope that are being disturbed, of course, the trees there will be disturbed. The areas that are not highlighted in color on 6B or the darker shading, if you're looking at the black and white, are not disturbed.
So,
There's a proposed tree line, which is a scalloped line. So if you look south and east of the house on lot 12, you see a dark scalloped line. That's the limit of the tree removal.
it's not clear to me on this drawing what that is. Can you show me on this drawing where that is? On lot 12? Not clear.
Can you move the mouse a little so the yellow goes away? Hopefully. That might work.
Okay.
There's a scalloped line. Oops. We need the plan that's at the bottom of the screen, please. Okay, perfect. Just hold it right there. Thank you.
Yeah.
There's a scalloped line that starts a few hundred feet from the lower lower left-hand corner of that lot. That's the limit of tree disturbance.
Where's the scale line? That's, okay. So you're saying below that line, the trees will not be disturbed,
That is correct.
and above it, they will be disturbed.
That is correct.
So when you made a statement that other than the placement of the house and the driveway, there'll be no disturbance of the steep slope. Does that comply by removing trees below the house?
It's not related to the steep slope because that area is not steeply sloped.
That's not steeply sloped, it's just below that steep slope. So the tree line would be at that scalloped line then?
That is correct.
Okay. Thank you.
You're
Thank you
welcome.
very much. Don, that's all you have with regards to Mr. Kane, yeah, right, with regards to Mr. Kane's, correct?
Yes.
If anything else you need to, anything else you need to add, or are you done with Mr. Kane's altogether?
If I can have just
Yep.
1 minute. All right. Yeah, that's all. That's all.
Any additional questions from the board? Don, do you have any closing statements or anything you want to do, or I guess I could do a regular public comment right now, or it's up to you, however you want to handle it. Or actually,
I don't know whether you want me to do a closing before or after public comment.
let's do the public comment first, and then we'll do the closing.
Okay.
So if there's anyone who wants to provide any public comment who necessarily wasn't a party. And again, you're gonna have the opportunity to provide public comment for the land development plan. This is just purely for the conditional use.
Two things about.
Before you get up, is there anyone else who's not been heard yet on the application? Who wants to provide public comment for the conditional use? Mr. Score.
Just, everybody's had the opportunity to cross-examine. There are party protestants that may have additional evidence that they.
Mr. Chairman, can we limit the comment to people that already spoke? If they've already spoken, we don't need to hear from them again in our public comment. This meeting's gonna be really long.
Well, before we get to that, let me just ask that question that Mr. Score said. Are there any party protestants who want to provide any? Is there anyone from a party protestant perspective who's planning to actually put on a case? Or just the conditional use? No? Okay. And then with regards to with regards to Supervisor Russo's comment, I mean, how's the board? I mean, do you
Yeah,
really have anything you need to add?
Just one second. I
So we'll
just
move
asked-
on the public comment and you'll be good.
I ask if you're going to approve conditional use of the emergency access route tonight, that it be with the contingency that a gate is put at the township line and that the lot exits into Newtown, like they had proposed. Like they had proposed on the township line, the emergency access should have a gate there. And I asked that if you're gonna approve the conditional use of the emergency access route, that the gate, it be contingent on a gate being at that township line.
No objection.
All right, Mr. Petrosa, you want to do your closing? No one else said that they wanted to do public comment.
Yes, I think we've clearly established entitlement to conditional use approval. As I indicated in my opening, a conditional use approval or a conditional use is a form of permitted use. The ordinance clearly says the grading around the house, what he did was he got the house out of the steep slope. So the house wasn't in the steep slope, but he had to grade part of the yard adjacent to the house. That's specifically permitted by your ordinance. It specifically says that grading and earth moving is permitted in steep slopes. And that's just normal everyday grading, and as part of your 15% that you're allowed in steep slopes and part of your what you're allowed in very steep slopes. So I think that, this is really minimal steep slope disturbance. I mean, by comparison, you could take the previous case that was 95 or 96% steep slope disturbance. We're 0.2% on the very steep slopes and only 12% on the steep slopes when your ordinance allows us to disturb 15% and 5%. I think it's a pretty easy case.
And you want to have your exhibits admitted?
Yes.
And so it's A1, A2, A3, A4, and just A5, you're not doing A6?
Yeah, I think just
All right, so they're admitted, and the township's exhibits T1 through T3 are also admitted without objection. Any board comment? So then we'll move to all right, so if there's no more testimony, no more public comment, we're going to close the hearing and we'll move down to section 15.1, consider approving resolution 2025-23, land development approval for Village of Four Seasons. Is there a motion?
I'll make a motion.
Hold on real quick.
The presentation on the land development, or are you going to vote on the conditional use?
We're going to vote on the conditional use.
Resolution. The resolutions for the land development.
Oh, so we just need to vote on the conditional
Correct.
use. Okay. So is there a motion for this conditional use?
Make a motion.
Motion was made by Supervisor San Francisco, seconded by Supervisor Chanlis to approve the conditional use for 3726 and 3730 Gradyville Road, Village of Four Seasons. Is there any additional board comment?
Are you, the gate, are you taking that into that? I just want to clarify.
Well, wouldn't that, let me ask you this question. Wouldn't that be more for the land development than it would be for the conditional?
However, Mr. Petrosa indicated that he does not object. Harm in putting that in there. That was frankly a recommendation for the land development, so I think you might see this. But
Yeah, I mean, I don't have a problem with it.
I'll amend my motion to include the gate.
at the township line. Also, I mean, I would make it, so, I had a proposed order in front of you, I would make it subject to the township engineer's recommendations.
In the land development.
There was an order. Proposed order.
Oh,
Just you can just read the order, you don't have to read all the findings, right?
just the order.
So, and now this day, what's today? Today's the eighth.
Still the 8th.
Still the eighth? Are we still in the eighth? Good.
Yeah.
Upon applicant's Village of Four Seasons, new town for conditional use approval, allowed disturbance approximately 967. I said it, square feet. I have this for you, right? I'll go slow for you, ready? Right, I forgot about you, Tom.
Yeah.
This date
And
is
that's
that,
amended to 25 feet and 0.2%.
okay, 25%. Upon Village of Four Seasons, new town conditional use applications disturbance of approximately
9,667 square feet.
and a steep slope and a steep of 68 or
It's
that's 25. That's the 25, right?
I'm sorry, 9,679
Square feet.
square feet of steep slope for 12% of allowable.
Okay.
And 25 square feet of very steep slope, 0.2% of allowable.
We good?
I'm sorry, 0.2% of total.
Okay. We good? Dick. Motion.
And then there's the conditions.
The conditional use plan, land development plans, upon majority in favor of the application, December 8th, Board of Supervisors, conditional use approval is granted, subject to all permitting requirements as well as compliance with all relevant codes, ordinances, and statutes, and the following conditions. Compliance with the comments and recommendations of the Township Engineer in the November 26, 25 Pennoni Engineer Review Letter. And number 2, all steep slope disturbance shall be in strict conformance with the conditional use plans and the land development plans. Plus the conditions of the gate at the township line of Newtown and Marple. And subject to
The gate with the driveway.
gate with driveway going towards Newtown. Tom, did you get that? Sorry, Tom. I apologize.
It's not a close.
Is there a second? Any other board discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 All opposed? All right, so that's the conditional use. I know that there was a request from one board member to take a break before we go into land development. If there's no objection, I think we should probably do that. You told me to start. We will now go down to section 14, presentation and discussion of 3726 and 3730 Gradyville Road, Village of Four Seasons. Mr. Petroza.
This is the subdivision and land development portion of the presentation. And I just want to say that we've been working on this project for a very long time, and we work very closely with the township staff and consultants. And they were a big help in helping us arrive at what we think is a good plan, and a plan that at least satisfied the concerns that the staff had expressed to us. So we appreciate that very much. We went out of our way that at a planning commission meeting in June of 2025, some of the residents requested that we do a traffic study. A traffic study wasn't required. It's not required in Newtown unless you have, in a residential development, unless you have at least 26 houses. But we got a traffic study done. And then because the traffic counts were done in August, we did them again in October after school was back in session. So what we'd like to do is to have Chris Williams from Bowman Traffic Engineering Company present the results of his traffic study. Does the board have copies? Okay. We'll have Chris review his traffic study, and then after that, Neil and I will try to address the few comments in Eric's November 26th letter that we feel any need to talk about at all. Most of it's a will comply, but we just have a few we'll comment on briefly. Chris?
Good evening, Chris Williams with Bowman Consulting. So it's a development of 12 homes. It's not a very big development. It's not a very high traffic generating development, as was mentioned by Mr. Petroza. Does not meet your warrant criteria for a traffic impact study, but one was conducted nonetheless. So a total of 12 units. 9 of the units take access through out to Gradyville Road. 3 of the units take access out through Marple Township.
Yeah, we just did a conditional use case.
Oh.
And we agreed to make it
Yes.
10 and 2.
Thank you. I stand corrected. So our study was done prior to that revision, so I'll do my best to sort of wing it and account for the change in where the access occurs. So total of 12 units, 10 of which take access to Gradyville Road in Newtown Township. 2 of the units take access through Marple Township. Of the 10 units that take access to Gradyville Road, it's actually, there are 2 existing single-family homes which will be replaced. So it's only actually a net increase of 8 homes that are taking access to Gradyville Road through Newtown Township. So we conducted traffic counts over the summer. We conducted a speed study over the summer. We updated that data collection in October with updated counts and updated speed results. The results are pretty similar. So being that this is a small development, the traffic study really just focuses on the access point, the access road to Gradyville Road. The access was really the key focus of this study. Prior plans for the development of this property have looked at the access very carefully because of where the site is located along Gradyville Road. There is a horizontal and vertical curve at the west edge of the property. And so we wanted to really focus on that as it relates to the location and design of the access so that we could ensure a safe and effective development. So a key consideration in locating access is to ensure that we have adequate site distance. And a key consideration in ensuring that we have adequate site distance is to look at the speed of traffic. So the speed of traffic along Gradyville Road is, in fact, it really didn't change between our summer counts and our October counts. The speed of traffic along Gradyville Road is roughly 40 miles per hour in the eastbound direction, 41 miles per hour in the westbound direction. The road is posted at 35 miles per hour, so traffic is traveling above the posted speed limit, but not considerably excessively above the posted speed limit. And the results, the 85th percentile speed results, those are the results that I'm quoting, they were pretty consistent over the summer and then consistent again in October. Another aspect of our evaluation was to look at the crash history. We looked at reportable crash data from January 2020 through December of 2024, so 5 full years worth of data. And we looked at crash statistics from Bishop Hollow Road to the west, all the way to the intersection with Route 252 to the east. Over that 5-year period of time, there were a total of 21 crashes. 4 occurred at the intersection of Gradyville Road and Bishop Hollow Road. 9 occurred at the intersection of Gradyville Road and 252. A total of 2 crashes occurred along Gradyville Road from Stony Brook Boulevard west to Bishop Hollow in that mid-block section. And then 6 crashes occurred along Gradyville Road from Stony Brook Boulevard east to Route 252. In terms of traffic conditions, so we conducted our traffic counts in 2025. We projected that traffic to the year 2029. And then we layered our site traffic on top of, we added our site traffic to the access intersection with Gradyville Road. So for this development in total, 12 single-family homes, it generates 11 trips in the weekday morning peak hour, 14 trips in the weekday afternoon peak hour. So again, it's not a very big development, doesn't generate a lot of traffic. And of the traffic, again, realizing our study assumed 9 of the units would take access to Gradyville Road. So if I adjust that for 10 units taking access to Gradyville Road, this development will generate approximately 9 trips to the access intersection with Gradyville Road in the morning peak hour and approximately 12 trips in the weekday afternoon peak hour. So again, you're looking at, we're adding 1 vehicle every 5 to 7 minutes. So this is, again, not a high traffic volume generating development. As it relates to how we as traffic engineers evaluate the results of a development, how we look at traffic impact, we measure the amount of delay that would be experienced by the added traffic. And what I can tell you is the intersection with Gradyville Road operates at highly acceptable level of service A, or level of service B, exiting the access onto Gradyville Road. So again,
B as in boy?
B as in boy. So it's well within the range of what would be considered highly acceptable. Generally in suburban settings, D or better is sort of a desirable threshold, and we're operating at a level of service B or better condition. And it's just a byproduct of the fact that this development does not generate very much traffic. The last thing that I want to talk about is the location of the access. We spent a lot of time looking at that. The development is laid out in such a way that the access is located approximately 360 feet east of the curve in Gradyville Road, and that was done so intentionally to maximize our sight lines. And with that, and you know, also taking into consideration the speed of traffic, which is a factor to then determine what the required sight distance would be. But in that location, again, about 360 feet to the east of that curve, we can exceed PennDOT's safe stopping sight distance standards, and we also exceed PennDOT's desirable sight distance standards. So PennDOT has 2 standards. They have a minimum safe standard. They have a desirable safe standard. We can exceed the criteria in both cases. So we're very comfortable that the access as proposed in the location shown is in a location that would maximize sight distance and result in a safe means of access. Essentially, that's it. We also looked at whether or not the access would require turning lanes. Again, it just does not generate enough traffic to warrant a turning lane. So it operates at acceptable levels of service, low traffic volume generator, exceeds sight distance standards. We're very comfortable with the proposed traffic situation for this development.
If I may, just a few follow-up When you say the 85th percentile in the context of the speed study, what does that mean?
So we conducted, over the course of at least a day, it was over multiple days, we had a device out there that was collecting information and counting the number of cars and also measuring the speed of traffic. And so what we use in quantifying the prevailing speed of traffic, we use the term which is called 85th percentile speed. So the 85th percentile speed of traffic is sort of the upper end value of the speed at which traffic is traveling. So essentially at the 85th percentile speed, 85% of all traffic that we've measured is traveling at or below that speed. So there is 15% of vehicles that are traveling at even a higher speed. But 85% of the vehicles on Gradyville Road, which is the standard for design purposes, are traveling at that 85th percentile speed, which again, just as a reminder, the 85th percentile speed of traffic on Gradyville Road in the vicinity of the access is 40 miles an hour in the eastbound direction, 41 miles per hour in the westbound direction.
Okay. And the site distance that you meant, you said that we meet PennDOT's desirable site distance. That's in both directions?
That's right.
Okay. And lastly, you talked about reportable crashes. What standard does PennDOT use for what is a reportable crash?
A reportable crash is a crash in which there may have been personal injury or fatality, or in the event that it could very well be property damage only, but it required a vehicle to be towed from the scene. A non-reportable is your smaller fender bender type crash where both vehicles can leave under their own power. So again, a reportable crash, which is the numbers I'm quoting, those are crashes that involved injury or required a vehicle to be towed.
Okay, and that's in table 3C on page 4 of 9, and that shows the crashes at various locations, at different intersections, mid-block,
Yeah.
over a 5-year period?
Correct. It's actually in tables 3A, 3B, and 3C. The crash data is presented in different ways, but yes.
Yeah.
And again, over that 5-year period, there's 21 crashes along Gradyville Road between Bishop Hollow Road and Route 252, which is a fairly considerable distance.
And do you believe that this is a good location for the intersection with Gradyville Road and can operate safely?
Absolutely.
That's all I have.
Any questions from the board? Okay. Wanna go to your next one?
Okay. You want to come back up? Chris?
Oh.
That's it. So we have a review letter dated November 26th from Eric Johnson of Pennoni Associates. And as I said earlier, that most of that will comply. I guess we can touch on a few things that a few issues we might like to address. The first few pages relate to zoning issues, and many of which relate to the conditional use of the steep slope. So we're going to skip all that. One of the questions had been who'd be responsible for taking care of the open space and managing the open space, and I assume that the township's probably not going to accept dedication based on what I've been told. So taking care of the roads as well, and that will be an HOA. And it'll be under the Uniform Plan Community Act. We'll prepare a declaration of covenants, conditions, and restrictions, submitted to Mr. Sikora for review and comment. And we'll cover everything that needs to be covered in that review. Then skip over, there was one comment, I think number 4 was about the frontage of lot 10, which was, that's been withdrawn, that comment's been
It has,
withdrawn.
yes.
Yeah. So we don't need to talk about that one. Let's skip over all the conditional use comments. The Saldo comments are all will comply. We will satisfy the fire marshal as to placement of fire hydrants, et cetera. And let's see. We did talk about one of the things that we were going to talk about, but it came up earlier in the cross-examination that we think it is a better solution to put the gate at the Marple and Newtown border and have that lot 3 exit up through Gradyville rather than going into Marple. We are requesting, I guess it's really, I think it's 3 waivers. Or depending how you look at it, 148-12, 148-13, which is a combined preliminary final subdivision land development. Waiver from 148-31B to allow a reduction of the required straight length of the driveway at the street line for lots 1, 2, and 9. And also a waiver for I think it's 148-43B. And that is for the high-density polyethylene pipe instead of reinforced concrete pipe that everybody asks for. Neil could address the reason for the waivers with regard to the driveway on lots 1, 2, and 9.
So on lot 9, that lot is on the corner of the 2 cul-de-sacs. It's the southwest corner of those. And we're showing the driveway on what we've called Road A, the entry drive. And so to do that and place it further from the intersection, we have a slightly reduced amount of tangent, so straight section of the driveway before it would curve and go into a side entry garage. We could comply with the ordinance by putting the driveway on Road B, but that would put it closer to the intersection, which we did not think was a desirable place to put it. All of these houses will get a grading permit, a building permit application, and that will fine tune things. We've shown a typical footprint that is one that our client does build, but that's not a guarantee that will be the individual footprint on each lot. So there might be some adjustments, but we've shown it that way. On lots 1 and 2, we are showing the less tangent so that we can place the houses, I think I mentioned earlier in the conditional use, they're lower than the Bellflower Lane is today. And by doing that, we kind of have we get into like a diagonal portion of the driveway to traverse across the slopes that are not steep, but they're not qualified as steep slopes, but they are not flat. And so by having that curve in the driveway sooner, you can get down to the house elevation and then get into the garage in a desirable manner.
Okay. And we will be offering a fee in lieu of recreational land. That was one of the comments in Eric's review letter. And I think all of the stormwater management comments will comply, and all of the general comments are also will comply. Is there anything else that you wanted to? Oh, yes. There was a question about sidewalks, and we've talked about that. And you want to address it?
Sure, I can address it. So there are no sidewalks in the Marple portion of the development. There are ramps at the intersections and little portions of sidewalk. Typically in smaller residential developments, the people end up walking in the street. And most people don't necessarily appreciate having the extra concrete in everybody's front yard. Understanding that there is an issue, obviously, with people that might walk along Gradyville Road, we've talked to the township about where that would be. And right now we'd be a little isolated portion. So the applicant has agreed to escrow funds for a sidewalk along Gradyville Road such that that could be constructed when it made sense when the township requested it. Also, it hasn't been discussed tonight, but we discussed this with the planning commission. Our other lands owned by the applicant to the west of the 12 lots. There's no plan filed for those lands, but the Road A comes there, and then in accordance with the township ordinance, when you come to an undeveloped piece of property, you're supposed to extend the right of way from the cul-de-sac to the adjacent line, which we've done. So that would facilitate being able to extend in that property at some point in the future. We've also agreed that we would escrow funds for a sidewalk on the north side of Road A, such that if there is a development in the future and it makes sense for pedestrian access, the township could ask us to do that, and the funds would be escrowed for that sidewalk to be constructed.
The only thing I would add is I think we had talked about too is it might be a trail or a path along Gradyville on that short section of Gradyville. But we're going to escrow funds for that, but,
When you take a look at the topography from from east to west across Gradyville Road, as you go towards the west, it's pretty bad as far as wetlands and just, it may very well be that in the future, wherever we connect to that Gradyville Road edge, it might be better to go south below the wetlands. We don't know. So rather than try to force it where it doesn't go anywhere now, it just seems better to have a little flexibility to make it the best it can be when the time comes. A lot like we did on Whitehorse, although that actually got done quicker, but yes, eventually.
right. Is that it, Neil?
Yes.
Okay, that's it for us.
Don, do you want to talk about, I think you kind of touched on it a little bit, but the comments from the Planning Commission's review letter or action memo, I think is what it's referred to, just dated December 1st, 2025. Do you have a copy of that?
I just see if I can grab it. How many files here?
So they have 3 things that they just asked for you guys to look at, and I just want to know what the answers were.
I'm sorry, I don't have it right there.
Good, it was trash, right?
Here, do you want this?
Sure. Yeah, one was the the driveway for lot 3 that we've talked about tonight, and I think that issue should be resolved. Obviously, there will be no parking since that's going to be has to remain open for the emergency access, but the owner of lot 3 will be using that kind of like it's his driveway, but will be coming up through Newtown. So I think that addresses that issue. We just thought it was a little cleaner and worked better that way. Review the functionality and impact of lots 1, 2, 3, so they are fully serviced by municipal services and trash, and that intersection or conflict that may exist for parcels in Newtown, but access via Marple Township. I think Marple has public trash and Newtown is private. So it will. Don't know the answer yet. It can very well be private trash in Newtown, which is probably what it will be. But there is also a possibility in talking with Marple whether or not, they would collect it. But if not, it will be private trash. And then I think I guess it's not in here, but they talked about mail and post office. But the post office will tell us how they want to do that, and we'll get the mail there. So. And then any issues related to the applicable HOAs for the development to be consistent to avoid issues for future homeowners. And I've got we did the declaration for Marple, and we would do a similar declaration for Newtown and let Rich review it, make sure everything is in it that should be in it. And that's pretty much it.
What are your guys' plans? We got a letter from the one property owner, last name's Hoy, right where Road A enters or comes off of Gradyville Road. It's right next to his property line. What's the plan with regards to landscaping, excuse me, and buffering for that area?
First of all, how far is the cartway of the road from his property?
So the road is about
35 feet.
It's 35 feet. I think it's 34 feet and change away from the property line. It's about 100 feet from the actual house. Our landscape plans that were submitted and went through the Shade Tree Commission, there's not a lot of room there, so we showed ornamental trees. In their letter, they do note that, ornamental trees do not provide a lot of buffering. At the Planning Commission, it was suggested that we consider adding evergreens to that, and we agreed to do that.
Okay. Is there any discussion with regards to a fence too, or is it just evergreen?
There was no discussion at the Planning Commission of a fence, although I do see that in their letter.
Well, I think the letter says fence or evergreen.
It does. So I was
Yeah,
just curious.
yeah.
And so you guys went with evergreen. And then has that been discussed with that property owner, or is this just kind of talked in a vacuum?
I think the letter, I think we saw it today. So,
Okay.
yeah, we have not discussed.
All right. I think he's here, so I'm sure we'll hear something. Anyone have any other questions? All right, if there's no questions from the board, then we'll turn it over to public comment. Don, you have, right, you're good. You have nothing else for Mr. Kamen here?
Correct.
All right, so we'll do public comment on the land development application. Nope, because this isn't a hearing. This is just a straight up presentation and vote.
John Custer for 22 Goshen. I just have a few comments. Appearing in the documents were a couple of statements to the effect that the applicant will continue work with the Trails Committee on a possible trail.
Which document are you referring to, John?
I don't have there are two separate instances where I remember seeing that.
I think that was a
can't remember what it
response that we
was.
gave, John, to one of the Township Engineers review letters that we were working with the trail.
Okay, I'm on the Trails Committee. We haven't been approached. And we really do need to be.
We met.
I know. You mean at that meeting? Yeah, we talked about the possibility, but we need to start dealing. Okay. We need to get that worked on fairly quickly. I thought it would be going forward concomitant with the land development. But we need to catch up, I think. This trail will probably go along the creek. And when it comes into fruition, it will be the most spectacular trail in the township by far. The few sheds there are to die for. We very much appreciate the developer willingness to talk on this, but if we lost that, it would be an absolute. I think it would be beneficial to the applicant as well. It's going to be away from any development. It probably wouldn't be seen by any of the properties. We need to move forward on that. A couple other things. The EAC had a land development review. I agree with their recommendation of a 100-foot riparian buffer. The possibility of the township engineer or its delegate conducting daily or very frequent inspections. The sidewalks, I'm very gratified that there is agreement that will be money set aside. You may want to extend those funds a little bit up the road when it is beginning with the main road. I don't think it's necessary in the actual cul-de-sac or nearby, but walking is important, and that's one of the missions of the Trails Committee. Only other thing, the fee in lieu versus the 12,000 square foot of rec area. I think we should have as much open space as possible, even if it happens to be on individual property that's owned by individuals. So I would certainly recommend that. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Evan Pappas, 124 Tyson Road. I just want to add on to John's comments. The gate that that you talked about for the separation of the Marple and Newtown, the emergency access. I'd like to recommend that that gate includes some provision for pedestrian, bike, stroller, whatever, so people can walk between, even though the vehicles are blocked, except for emergency access. Make sure that people can get through. You know, if someone has a friend in the other side of the development, they can just walk over there instead of have to drive all the way around. I think that'd be really nice and save a car trip or two. And then the only other comment I have is echoing John's statement about very much appreciate setting money aside for the sidewalks. I just would recommend that something be written into the HOA agreement not to prevent the HOA from preventing the township from putting in those sidewalks in the future. once you're out of there and it goes to the HOA, we don't want to get stuck in a situation like we are with Listener, where there's a proposed trail, and because of the HOA, we're unable to complete that trail. So my only other recommendation is that the HOA agreement does not prevent the township from executing those sidewalks in the future. Thank you.
Thank you. I don't, just real quick, Don, there's nothing that's gonna, you're good, Evan. Don, there's nothing that's gonna prohibit pedestrian access on that, right? If someone wants to walk back and forth, kind of like what we have at Culbertson Elementary.
the intent, no.
No.
I think we'll have to work with the actual gate design, but I understand what he's saying. It'd be nice to have a paved portion that's wide enough
Yep.
for a stroller and or people to walk through, but not wide enough for a vehicle, so that nobody cuts through, but you can do it, and then it's still usable by emergency
And the
service.
sidewalk language is gonna be part of the resolution. Is that in that? So it'll be recorded as part of the, well, not recorded, but it'll be part of the approval process. So that issue with regard to an HOA won't be able to
Reserve sidewalks.
got it. And there's no, I mean, there's no issue with what well, that's neither here nor there. Good, sir.
My name is David Hoy.
Oh.
I live at 3722 Gradyville Road. This whole development is going to impact my whole property and devaluate it. And yes, you all have received a letter from my son, Stephen, and you referred to that, and that really details just what the impact is going to be. You mentioned that the edge of the road to my property line is about 30 feet. You think it's 30 feet? Can't you tell me what it is? Are
It's
you
34, it's between 34 and 35 feet.
That's for sure. That's the edge of the road.
Correct. The edge of the
That's correct.
cartway, the pavement will be 34 feet and change to your property before it starts.
Yeah,
to
but
curve
you're
away.
are you going to raise that road? That there's going to?
No, it's actually below your property. As you know, all the water and the ground flows like from 252 to the west.
Yes.
And so that's going to continue to fall down. Our drainage actually has a swale along the high side of the road. So water that flows across your lot will then enter that swale and gets picked up into our storm drain system.
Okay, so you're not going to raise any of the property?
Correct. It's lower than you, not higher.
Yeah, I know the difference because I have an altimeter from my plane, so I know exactly what.
It's going to continue to come down. If you think about it, we have to tie into the road on Gradyville, and Gradyville, the road itself does the same thing, sloping down to the west.
Yeah,
And
so
so
you're
it's
not
gonna-
going to come up.
No, correct. We are not.
Also, okay, the reason why I mention that is because right here, it looks like, you're putting it right next to my property, and 13 feet, 2 inches from my property line, there's a major utility pole.
Correct. So
That
we're-
has two separate electrical supplies and a large switch on it. So it's a major, are you going to move that pole?
No, we're showing that pole in a location that we believe it can stay exactly where it is. That's
Thank
how
you.
I knew for sure where we were and where our line is referenced to you, because I can reference the utility pole at your property on and the proposed road.
Okay, so the pole is staying, right?
Correct.
Right there. Very good. Okay. I know at the planning commission, the one man commented when I got up to speak, why, would you be surprised that there's a development next to your property when you bought a property, that, is adjacent to vacant lots? He didn't know what he was talking about. There's 2 lots exactly the same size as mine, with buildings and with well-built barns on them. And I have to mention that the barns are built better than what you build your houses out of, because they're all concrete block and brick. Because I know the people that built them. But anyhow, that's just a side comment. But what we are asking for is, would you put up a full not screening, but a dense evergreen screening to block the lights. The lights that are going to be coming around here and right on the side of my property, even extending one up to my patio and stuff. So that's invading my privacy. So would you consent to putting not just ornamental trees, or somebody mentioned about the red maple trees, because they don't block, they don't block the light at all. We need something, we need a couple of rows of, trees, evergreen trees, not ornamental stuff that, will really give us, we're asking for you to do this, or, to all the way back to the edge of my woods.
We have the ornamentals there because the township has a street tree ordinance that requires shade trees or ornamental trees or a combination thereof, and you get more credit for the shade trees, obviously. Because there is not a lot of room in that location, as we discussed, as close as 35 feet, we put ornamentals as we got closer to that area. We'd be willing to mix in evergreens and have evergreens there to try to screen the light, but that would not, if we start removing any of the ornamentals, we would not technically be complying with the street tree requirement. So I think if that was what the board wanted us to do,
To just have him work with our arborist to maximize the ornamentals, but still accommodate Mr. Hoy's concern. We could put that in this.
Well, the ornamentals don't last like your regular evergreen trees. I
Well,
want
but,
something
yeah.
permanent.
So
These
our
ornamentals are junk.
Our arborist is really good, and he understands your concern, and he would work with you and the applicant to try to work out a compromise where you get some ornamentals in there to comply with the code as best as possible, but also give you the screening that you're looking for with some.
We
some
definitely should have that screening because.
Well, that's what, yeah.
Yeah.
That, what I'm suggesting is the board can make that a condition of an approval that they have.
So that's just a condition. It doesn't mean that you will do it.
No, that's what it means.
if they make it a condition, we would have to
Yeah.
do it, and we'd be happy. We've already worked with the arborist on different things in this plan. We'd be happy to work with John Hosback's his name. He's been here for some meetings. And I think we could sit down with John, understand your concerns, and he could help us develop a plan that met those concerns in the township's ordinance.
Okay, how long are you talking about? I mean, I want something to come all the way back to the edge of my woods.
I'm not sure we're prepared to do that, but we do want to screen your house from any lights from the cars. And, I think that's what we need to meet with John on.
Well, yeah, because you have chapter 104-9, which is a mitigation of visual impact, because you are going to visually impact my property. And you're also going to
Anytime
cause
anybody does any
lower values
development,
of my
it
property.
has some impact.
Right?
There's always some impact from development, but we hear you, and we'll try to avoid getting any lights into your house as a result of this.
So what they're saying essentially is after this presentation's done, the board will vote on a resolution. That resolution is essentially the binding document that will guide, it'll grant the approvals and the waivers that they're seeking, and it'll also have other conditions in there that they need to comply with before they can go and record their plans and start any sort of construction. And so working with the arborist is what Mr. Sikora was saying, to maximize that area, because there are some regulations that, as Mr. Kamen said, that we have existing, that we wouldn't just be able to rip out all that oriental trees and put in the evergreen. So having the arborist sit down and have a conversation and having the applicant sit down with the arborist to maximize that situation so that you don't see as much
Well,
light in there.
instead of having to negotiate something like that, why don't you just move the road a little bit further west, just a little bit further west, to put in the proper trees?
Well, it is so I'll let you finish doing your public comment, but I'll just say this, is that you're gonna start robbing Peter to pay Paul. You shift some things, it's gonna affect the
Yeah,
rest of the
I'm
plan.
the loser.
Well, no, not necessarily. And there's still going to be, the arborist looking at that section, but I'll let you, I don't want to take up your public comment.
Okay, also, back to the planning commission saying, why would I move in to next to a vacant lot if I didn't expect it to be? Okay. What they don't realize is Deepaton, that house next to me, right? Katie Baptista sold to Deepaton. That every 8 years now, that has not been used as an R1 residential single family house. You know what it's been used for?
I have a feeling you're going to tell me, sir.
Yeah, an office building. People come and go all the time. Sometimes there's as many as 7 cars parked on the grass and the driveway there. And there's all different kinds of people. Then they also drive their trucks down here across the back yards and go into the barns where they store stuff. So it's been used as a commercial. You're getting residential taxes from those properties, not commercial. So you've been cheated.
Understood.
And I went to the township twice about them not using it as a residential. Nobody ever slept there. And you know what the township did? 0. It's like I'm talking to the wall. I should have saved my energy.
My wife said the same thing to me before I left the house today.
What?
I said, my wife said the same thing to me before I left the house today. Trying to make light. It's late. I know.
Wait a minute. I have a hearing problem just like you do, which I didn't understand it.
I made a bad joke. My wife wouldn't appreciate it, so I'm not going to repeat it again. Don't worry about it. Your public comments duly
All right.
noted.
All right. Well, listen, thank you for what you do, and thank you for hearing me.
Appreciate it, sir.
My name is Philip Kim. I'm a resident of 212 Bellflower Lane in Marple Township. So I have a genuine question about the logistic of construction for lot 1, 2, 3, which have no access from Gravy Road. And so currently, the Bellflower Lane, which is part of the community road in our township, is owned, maintained, and paid for by our HOA, which is separate from the Village of Four Seasons New Township HOA, right? So how the construction will be happening without using our private road owned by HOA?
Aren't they publicly dedicated?
It's not, you're not paying for it. My client is paying for it until it's dedicated. It is going to be dedicated as a public.
So it's up for dedication. The township hasn't accepted it yet.
Yeah, it's just not time to dedicate it. We've still got a little bit more work to do there.
According to our HOA representative, it is being paid for and maintained by our HOA.
Yeah, sure.
Can I clarify? So you have 3 common area median,
John,
they're just
give her a microphone.
walkways.
Microphone.
And that's what your snowplow, sorry. That's what your snowplow bill is, because I worked with your HOA with Camco. You only have, and I don't have the marble up here, but it is not the road. We, as the declarant, have maintained the road from the beginning. We keep it, we sweep it all the time. We do the best we can to keep it clean. And once we decommission this property, it will go automatically to Marple Township, who is assuming dedication. You will never see a bill. It is the township's property once it leaves our hands.
Mr. Hoy, if you can, let's have the other people speak who haven't had the chance to speak yet.
But I've been in Newtown Square, not a newcomer.
Appreciate it, sir.
All right. Sorry, everyone. I know it's really late.
And Chris, I'll note that we did receive your letter as well that was sent to the board.
Okay, so I'm gonna just briefly recap that letter then. Obviously, my neighbor Phil and I are very strongly opposed to the house on lot 3 as well. if you could see, the driveway runs across the entire back of my property. And then the house terminates between our two properties with no buffer provided. It's currently woods. We actually paid lot premiums for those woods, and we're not disclosed this house when we bought the house 2 years ago. So I think aesthetically it's gonna look terrible. It's gonna devalue our property significantly. And I think it's gonna ruin the character of our neighborhood because it's perpendicular to our two houses and it has a driveway that runs across the whole back of it. I will also note that a variance was granted for the frontage of that lot, lot 3. In an R1 district, it's 175 feet is the requirement, which may be reduced to 150 feet. They got a variance approved for 104 feet, where they're calling that part 150 feet and then the cross section here 50 feet. And we have appealed that variance, so that's not completely resolved at the moment.
The old school rule.
You never used that? I don't know. I've never used it.
the old school.
If so that I think it has illegitimate variance or illegitimate frontage. I think it has illegitimate access because the access is an emergency access route. We have daily ingress and egress onto that route. I appreciate the gate, but I still think it's the only lot of the 50 that accesses that emergency access route. And then finally, I think physically it doesn't fit in the lot that it's depicted. It's a hallway shaped lot that stretches the entire back of our two properties. The side yard on this side is mostly driveway, and it's been reduced to 34 feet, which is a 15% reduction from R1 requirement of 40. That requires the Board of Supervisors approval. I would argue that because it's on a township line and an existing property line, that decrease to 34 feet should not be allowed. And then on the other side, it's also less than 40 feet. It's 38.5 feet. Zoning code claims that it needs to be combined not less than 85 feet, and this is combined less than 85 feet. And then finally is regarding the riparian buffer. I have plans from 20, can I bring you guys up anything, or it's actually in the letter?
No, we have all of it from the letter.
So in the plans from 2020, the house that's now lot 3's house was back then called lot 15. And if you look at those plans, it sits on the exact same topography lines as it does now, implying that the house itself is the exact same size. In Exhibit E of the settlement plan from 2020, the riparian buffer for lot 15, now called lot 3, is listed at 38 feet. Now it has, now it's how long? How much is it listed for lot 3, the riparian buffer?
The riparian buffer is 50 feet at least. I mean, that's the requirement. And
So
that's
I-
what it's shown.
So my question is, there seems to be a discrepancy there from 2020 to 2025, where there has been a loss of about 22 feet of wetlands. And I know that they were confirmed and reflagged in 2025, but were they changed as well? Because this implies that they were changed, and I have those two more documents that shows where they changed the wetlands to meet that riparian buffer of 50 feet.
I think there's a lot to unpack there because the plan that I think he's referring to, and Don, feel free to jump in here, that he's referring to in his letter, and I know you probably don't have a copy of it, from 6/17/2020. I don't think it was actually a plan that was ever submitted to the township. I think it was a plan that would theoretically show if there were a subdivision on that property.
Correct. It was a sketch that was used in part of some other presentation. It was not a submitted land development plan.
Yeah. So it's not, there wasn't really any pen to paper to it outside of a high, extremely high level. With land development, you have sketch, preliminary, and then final, and the sketch shows you really just potentially what you could do on it. And I think that that's the plan that you're referencing there.
Okay, yeah,
Yeah.
I noticed a difference in the wetland delineation by at least 20 feet. And when I stand at my property and look at that, I can't, it seems almost impossible that you could put a house there, just objectively speaking. I'm not making accusations, but I think reducing both side yards for a house that has no, like, reduced frontage and illegitimate access, and arguably sits on the most environmentally sensitive portion of this entire plot, with the stream running completely along the whole left side of the house. I think it needs to be investigated a little bit further, especially when it impacts our two properties so significantly. The value is our property so much.
It does what with the value?
It'll devalue our properties significantly because this is currently woods for us. So we back up to woods, you look out, it's beautiful. And I understand that that's not my property, but to build a house with a reduced side yard here and then a driveway across the entire back of my home, which would box us in with pavement on 3 sides, will obviously destroy our property value. So,
Well, I'm not an appraiser, but I hear your argument.
yeah, I just think, you know, maybe if you are going to, I don't think, well, can it be approved if there's an ongoing appeal for the frontage?
Yes, it can. It's not a stay. We could proceed.
I think if you approve this, which I'm strongly opposed to, then it should be the same situation as Mr. Hoy, where it's a contingent on a fence and trees that blocks his house, because otherwise we're staring directly at their garage.
Well,
on our and the side yard should not be allowed to be reduced.
it's in accordance with the ordinance.
With the Board of Supervisors approval. It's stated in the code.
Right. That's right.
Don, can I just maybe throw out the modification of the change of the access? Does that pose any possibility for modifying the alignment of the driveway?
Well, it may, but Mr. Ambrosi filed a zoning appeal. I'd be happy to talk to him about, to see if we can come to some accommodation outside of the hearing, but we're not prepared to offer anything at this point.
I need you to talk to him about resolving your issues. Over.
That's all I got.
Any other public comment?
Hello, Trish Adams, 3873 Gradyville Road. Before I begin, I would like to share a bit of my professional background and expertise as it's germane to my comments. I have been in the field of environmental conservation and regulation for over 30 years, working for the state of Florida and the federal government. For the state of Florida, I worked as a biologist, as a biological scientist and environmental specialist, helping to conduct research and managing aquatic and upland preserves. Currently, I work for the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, coordinating a national regulatory program under the Endangered Species Act. I would like to be exceptionally clear that I am not here in my official capacity, nor do any of my comments reflect the views of the Fish and Wildlife Service, the Department of the Interior, of those of the federal government in any capacity. These are my own personal views as a resident of Newtown Township and a homeowner on Gradyville Road. I mentioned the ESA. It is public knowledge that the completion of the Gradyville Road Bridge project that spans Hunter Run was delayed by several years because of the listed bog turtle, which apparently occurs in Hunter Run. For those who aren't aware, there is a publicly available online tool that helps guide project proponents determine if they may have listed species concern. This tool is called Information for Planning and Consultation, or IPAC. It can be found on the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service's website. To use IPAC, the first step is to input your project location, then a species list is generated. If there's species that may occur in your project area, the next step is to run a determination key. Usually that's done by a consultant. If the D key indicates that your project may be adversely impact any of those species, it will then inform the next consultation steps if they're necessary. IPAC is a helpful project planning tool that encourages early consideration of the ESA into project planning processes and can help avoid potentially costly project delays. First, I would like to express my appreciation and acknowledge the applicant's efforts to minimize impacts and address our public concerns. I reviewed the conditional use plan, the final land development plan, and the woodland management plans and offer the following. I would like to ask for clarification as to whether the application is truly complete and whether the applicant has provided all the information required by the ordinances specifically in chapters 104, natural features and landscaping, and chapter 158, trees. Specifically regarding chapter 104-11A, existing conditions, preservation inventory plan, this section requires inclusion of a sheet entitled existing conditions and preservation inventory plan, but it does not seem to be included in the plans I've reviewed. Baseline information is important to understand what trees and other vegetation are currently present on site to accurately evaluate the full extent of impacts and to inform the preliminary and final landscape plan. The land development plan provides an existing condition and demolition plan, but it does not seem to include the required existing conditions and preservation inventory plan. Chapter 104-11-12-13, I question the tree impact and replacement tree replacement numbers because they may be based on limited or perhaps even skewed data. The plans indicate that the applicant conducted a sampling along with the township arborist to estimate the number of trees on site, and the replacement formula was determined based on this estimate. It seems to me the ordinance specifies an actual inventory of the vegetation, not an estimate or an extrapolation. And if sampling is indeed allowed, the applicant should be required to provide a detailed explanation in the review packet as to the methods used to sample and generate the data. Without this information, it's difficult to evaluate the accuracy of the sampling and the results that inform the replacement counts. My concern is based on statements made during the December 1st planning meeting where it was stated trees in poor condition were excluded from the sampling. The ordinance does not appear to provide an exclusion for unhealthy trees, so the tree density estimates and tree replacement estimates should be recalculated if that's the case. Also, I'd like to point out that the Township Arborist report only addresses compliance with Chapter 158 and does not address Chapter 104 compliance. 104-9, mitigation of visual impacts. This chapter requires applicants to mitigate visual impacts to adjoining property and the township in general. Specifically, and I quote, "The applicant shall plant trees and shrubs and make other landscape improvements to mitigate adverse visual impacts. The plans do not appear to propose the required visual screening on lots 1, 2, 3, 4, 6, and 12 to mitigate visual impacts to the current adjacent owners, just as Mr. Hoy had described." And it's my understanding it's not just in a certain section, it's the visual impacts. Nor did the plans appear to include other plantings besides street trees to mitigate the visual impacts along Gradyville Road. Additional shrubs, trees, and evergreens should be installed to augment street trees and screen Gradyville Road. This will also benefit the new homeowners by increasing privacy and mitigating visual impacts to the community and to the township in general. Chapter 158, trees, excuse me. It does not appear that the plans include all the information as required under 158-10. I understand the ordinance is under review and it's up for revision, but it's my understanding it still has yet to be repealed, so it should still be a valid ordinance. The Chapter 158 tree replacement formula was used, but it does not appear that the size of the proposed replacement trees, which are whips, are the sizes that are required. And let's assume the numbers of impacted trees are accurate. The plans indicate 171.8 trees at 5 gallons were required to be replaced, but instead there will be 1,120 whips planted. And this seems inconsistent with the ordinance. And I understand that while whips have value, they can take decades to replace the ecosystem value that the removed mature trees can combine or provide. And if the whips are used, it should be limited and the replacement tree formula followed. And furthermore, on sheet 11-A of the final land development code, there's some hatched areas where it indicates that whips are to be placed. And there are actually visual concerns regarding the installation of group plantings of whips, as many people consider them not to be exactly aesthetically pleasing because they're usually planted within tubes and they're small and oftentimes there's some criticism there. So for consistency with chapter 104-9, whips should not be used in the hatch areas shown in 11A, and larger trees should be used because they don't provide screening or reduce the visual impacts, or at least they won't for decades. My next set of comments are on the preliminary HOA woodland management plan. And again, I appreciate the applicant is setting aside approximately 2 acres as woodland open space and providing a preliminary management plan. While the preliminary plan is a good start, I would like to offer the following recommendations. Develop a long-term woodland management plan for the preserves and the locations of the replacement tree plantings. These areas will require long-term management to control invasives and ensure the site provides the ecological function the preserved open space was intended. Particularly if whips are used, they will require ongoing management early on and have additional protection as they grow. I suggest establishing a woodland management plan fund as part of the HOA to carry out the management plan activities. And furthermore, to establish a contract with a qualified environmental consulting company or similar to implement the long-term management plan. And most importantly, a conservation easement should be placed over the open space preserves and the areas where replacement trees are planted. This ensures that replacement trees will not be cut down in the future by the HOA or homeowners, and the preserve areas will not be developed or encroached upon in the future. The easement should be reflected on the deed so that their protection would not be in question when the development is turned over to the HOA and as lots or homes are sold. And so those protections should run with the property. In close, I ask the Board of Supervisors to either postpone approval of the proposed project until these discrepancies with Chapter 104 are resolved or addressed. But if the Board of Supervisors choose to approve, please consider a conditional approval that requires full compliance with Chapter 104 and 158, establishment of conservation easement on the open space and tree replacement areas, as well as include the recommendations to improve the land or the woodland management plan. Thank you for your time, and I appreciate the opportunity to comment.
Thank you very much.
You mind if I distribute a plan?
Sure, Mr. Reiner.
Leonard,
Yeah, Mike.
didn't his attorney talk for a half hour earlier about this?
Yeah, but that was on the conditional use application technically.
All right, I'm checking off here at midnight. I'm not staying past midnight. I'm sorry, I got to get up at 4 a.m. Sorry.
Okay.
Ron, we have a copy for me?
That's fine, yeah.
Thank you.
It's fucking ridiculous.
Oh.
This fucking guy.
Well, a lot of the things that I wanted to mention have been covered, so I'm not going to bore you and repeat a lot of what's been said already. So the plan I just gave you is our proposed plan for developing 3725 across from the access road. And what I would like to suggest
because of that conflict, is that we move the access road between the two new homes that'll be on Gradyville Road. If that's a possibility.
I'm sorry, what am I looking at here? This is your subdivision,
My subdivision at 3725 across from the new access road.
and this is a proposed, you've not filed anything for your
I haven't
subdivision?
filed anything yet, no.
Okay, and what I'm looking at in this, okay, this is interesting. So what I'm looking at in this plan right here with this access road, is this where the proposed actual Village of Four Seasons access road is right now?
That's correct.
And you're asking for it to be between these two properties here?
Between the two new homes, yes.
Now, without me sounding terse, Mr. Owner, why are you, and I suspect I know what the answer is, but why are you asking for this to be moved?
So that's not directly across from the new road I intend to put in.
It doesn't impact your proposed development.
That's correct. Also, the two new homes that you propose to build on Gradyville Road, they face the interior of the site. So it changes the whole character of the road that's been there for 75 years, where you have fronts of homes facing fronts of homes. Is it possible to turn those houses around to face Gradyville Road and let them access Gradyville Road, and then there'll be less traffic on the access road?
But there's still more, but it wouldn't change the amount of traffic on Gradyville Road.
It'll be the same.
But wouldn't it be more dangerous?
I don't think so. The driveways exist now,
Doesn't mean that they're safe.
but their driveways are,
The driveways and the access road, you'll have too many intersections, and the traffic engineer will tell you that there's lines of sight. There's all kinds of other things that are involved in that. And you've got the same condition further down on Gradyville for the houses back up to Gradyville. Backyard, right?
I'm sorry, Mr. Owner, I didn't mean to jump in your public comments now. Go ahead.
I just don't think, I mean, it's just because there are, you can explain it better than I can. I just know that there's, lines of sight, and I know that Gradyville's not a state road, it's just a township road, correct?
It's a township road.
But we still have to adhere to PennDOT,
You need to adhere to safe site distance standards. Yeah, and introducing additional driveways that would get closer to the curb. We haven't looked at that specifically, but I would have concerns that the closer we get to the curve, we may violate safe site distance standards. So it's not something that I could support this evening.
sorry for interrupting you.
okay. Now, listening to testimony about the access road. So I'm hearing that the fire marshal of Newtown Township would like to have the access road, but it's not absolutely required. And I'm hearing that there's 38 homes over on the Marple development right now, but adding 3 more on the Marple side triggers the need for another road, another access road for emergency. Is that correct?
No.
Okay. My only other concern is the future on the west side of the development. Would it be too much trouble to ask the applicant to give us some idea of what they expect to come down the road? And what other houses, what other number of vehicles will be using that access road? And how it impacts Bridgeville Road?
I have a question, Leonard.
Go ahead, Mike.
Did you meet with the applicant at all before this meeting to try to discuss all these issues that you're bringing up now in public?
I have not.
So you mean to tell me you've been working on your own development, you tried to move the road around several times on your side to confer with your development, but you never tried to meet with the Baton family to discuss these issues?
I have met with Nicole and we discussed my new driveway, but it would never went beyond that.
Well, can I ask you a question? If you're planning on developing right across from their property, you have all these concerns, why wouldn't you sit down and have a discussion with them prior to this meeting?
We did. We met several times.
Yeah.
We didn't come to a conclusion. I tried to work with you and said, if you're going to go into create a new development, let's work together. Let's try to make, and you said, no, that's not gonna work for you. You remember that?
I do, but I didn't want the access road across the street from my driveway.
District.
Let me ask you this question. That was where it was somewhat originally proposed. Well, not originally proposed. Wasn't
Actually, it
there?
was originally proposed across from 3733, right in the bend of the road.
Okay.
Yeah, right at the elbow.
I don't want to talk
That
about.
was,
yeah,
that was
okay.
what, a year ago?
But here's my question. On our table of supervisors, this doesn't exist, correct?
Right.
Well, no, it doesn't.
So
no.
we're making we're, if we approve or deny on what's been proposed to us right now, that's on the books, on our pages, on anything. To Mike's thing too, I'm glad you did work with Nicole and all, but apparently you guys didn't come to a conclusion, but that's not our problem. Our problem right now is this development. Your development is irrelevant because there's no plans on the books. There's nothing here. You have public comment, but that doesn't exist to us right now because there's nothing here. We are concentrating on Four Seasons.
Okay. No more comments. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Any other public comment?
Talking about trees. What about a tree that's on the property line? And Four Seasons take it down?
And they-
I have a tree where there's a tree right about here, right on the property line. And half of it's on my property, half of it's on theirs, according to, the surveyor that recently came through. I know a few years ago, I had a tree right up here, but one morning I was wakened by a chainsaw, and the chainsaw was halfway through that tree that was mine. So what could I do about it? Nothing. It was, can't patch a tree that has a chainsaw halfway through it. But anyhow, the tree that's existing, it's a nice shade tree. And I think it should stay, but I mean,
That particular tree that's on the property line.
I don't know.
by this development.
I think that tree is, according to this, it's probably 10 or 15 feet inside our property line, surveyed location.
how far in?
About 10 or 15, but I'm measuring on this large plan.
10 or 15 what?
Feet.
No, this is right on the property line. The tree I'm talking about.
Well, we might be talking about,
Well, there's a 34-foot gap between. Is the tree threatened no matter what? I mean, is it gonna stay or is it gonna go?
there are two trees over there that we're showing to be removed.
I mean, the tree I'm talking about is right smack on the property line.
I
Yeah.
think you all have to figure that out with the surveyor. And I think just to determine whether or not it's his tree or your tree, I think the best thing to do is have the surveyor come out and run the line, mark it between the two properties and work with Mr. Hoy on that so that you all understand whose trees are what. I think that's the best thing. And the surveyor has to go by, they have all their meets and bounds and they have their little instrument. So that's the best thing to do, Mr. Hoy. I think that way
Now,
there's no
you will
confusion.
find that my fence that I put up, goes around the tree on my side. So you can't gauge where the property line.
Again, the
is.
surveyor will do all that work. Doesn't
Yeah,
matter
he
if
has
fences.
Stakes.
The
That's what I'm
surveyor,
saying. Wait a minute. He has stakes already with little pink, streamers on it. But so I know, according to their surveyor, that tree he put it on the property line. And it's an established tree. The trunk, the trunk. No, I'm a little more intelligent than knowing what drapes over. I'm not, I clean up the leaves on my side.
Yeah. So Mr. Hoy, I think as Supervisor Roberts said, Supervisor Roberts Lakehap said, and Supervisor San Francisco said, I think that that's something that you guys should work out together outside of this hearing or outside of this presentation. And it seems like Ms. DeBaton Robinson's nodding her head that she's willing to have that conversation.
Okay, but I mean, I don't want to wait until one day, they have a chainsaw halfway through the tree.
You'll confirm that you won't do anything along his property line until until the surveyor makes it so that it's convenient for him. And, because the tree does kind of show, it could be either way, but this way to give him, comfort that, the tree, with the tree.
When will that happen? I mean,
They'll work that out. Whenever you can get the surveyor.
well, he already's been out there. He already has stakes. I mean, so why are you calling him back? I mean, the stakes.
Because Mr. Hoy, you just asked them to look at so I think you speak with Mr. Petroza, you guys coordinate contact information, and then that conversation needs to take place.
Who's Mr. Catrozo?
The attorney who's.
Oh, you?
Yeah. Oh, you.
Okay. Nice to meet you.
He's unforgettable. Any other public comment? All right. Mr. Petroza, do you have anything else?
No, sir.
Neil, you want to go through your conditional use testimony again?
You can't hear good.
So, all right, we will now move down to, what is it, 15.1, resolutions of legislation and action. Consider approving resolution 2025-23, land development approval for Village of Four Seasons. Supervisor San Francisco.
Another resolution, the preliminary subdivision land development approval for Village of Four Seasons. Let's go here. Such approval is also the subject to the following terms and conditions. A, developer shall comply with recommendations of the Township Engineer, review letter, the fire marshal letter, and the arborist review letter, and conditional use approval plan, and conditional use approval, and the zoning order, except to the extent otherwise set forth herein. B, the developer shall establish a homeowners association for the development to provide a final declaration governing the HOA budget to the township solicitor for review and approval prior to recording. C, the declaration governing the HOA shall provide a minimum, the perpetual maintenance of the open space, trails, fences, right-of-ways, retaining walls, streetlights, curbs, stormwater management facilities, sanitary sewers, mains, unless otherwise offered dedication accepted by the municipal authority. All roadways in the development shall be undedicated, and the developer, including subsequently formed HOA, shall be responsible for providing services to the nature but not limited to snow, ice removal, street and driveway maintenance, trail and sidewalk maintenance, recycling, street lighting, stormwater management, maintenance, post-construction, stormwater management, BMPs, maintenance and trash removals. It being understood the Newtown Township will not be providing municipal services in the nature of these services provided by the developer and subsequently formed HOA. Perpetual maintenance and replacement of trees and whips per the recommendations of the township arborist and the EAC and the aforementioned woodlands plants management, and the easement shall be granted to the township for inspection at the same time. The obligation to install sidewalks along the northern edge road A in the event of the road connects to further development. The professional maintenance of the emergency access road, including no limited structural repair, surface road, vegetation trimming, snow, leaf cleaning, and gate maintenance and repair. In addition, the emergency access shall be made by the HOA and restricted no parking, including for lot 3, and signs shall be erected regarding the same. Newtown Township Emergency Service shall provide access gate keys or key card. A permanent covenant and restrictions in favor of the township and emergency access shall never become through road traffic between Marple and Newtown Townships unless Newtown Township in its sole discretion desires to extend the road. The developer shall execute an open space restriction and maintenance agreements which are recorded in the recorder of deeds. The HOA shall require services licensed professional engineer and conduct annual inspections of all stormwater management facilities, stormwater BMPs, including and not limited to storm basins, storm conveyance, swales, and other storm BMPs, including planning and landscaping. An annual written report shall be submitted to the township in digitally or hard copy. And a note, this effect included the record plan provided for the PCSMONM agreement and the declaration of the HOA. A blanket easement shall be granted to the township and their designees and from satisfactory to the township solicitor for all private properties and common areas for inspection, preservation, maintenance of all stormwater conveyances, infiltration, detention areas, and BMPs, wells, streets, trees. All stormwater facilities, BMPs, and shade and for street trees shall clearly be marked on all plot plans, noting detailed nature of requirements and the feature. The swales, BMPs, shall be disclosed by the home buyer at the time of agreement of sale. Developer shall be responsible for payment of all fees in accordance with the township code, including stormwater management fees, inspection fees, and fees lieu of recreational lands. Recreational fees $44,077 for the 12 dwelling units. Developer shall secure all necessary easements for the connection of the development sanitary sewer system to the public sanitary sewer system prior to recording the plan. Developer shall obtain approval of soil erosion, sediment control, and conservation district with copies of the township engineer prior to recording the plans. Development shall obtain NPDES permits to disturb and degrade 1 acre, submit a copy permit to the township and the township engineer prior to recording the plans. The developer shall coordinate with Newtown Township, Marple Township, and the post office as applicable to work on the most efficient plan for mail delivery, collection, trash collection, practical for the new residents. Developer shall coordinate with the township regarding installation of stop signs, intersection of Road A to Gradyville Road, should the township deem them beneficial to the traffic control measure, bear the same expense. Developer will coordinate to the township to determine which plans to be recorded and make any necessary modifications to implement recording the preliminary and final plans recorded with this resolution. Developer shall obtain approval of the proposed sanitary sewer services to the development for all necessary parties, including not limited to the Township Municipal Authority, Marple Township if applicable, and sewage facilities planning module approved by the PADEP, and provided proof therefore to the satisfaction of the township engineer, township sewage enforcement officer prior to the recording of the plans. Developers shall enter an agreement with the township municipal authority for proposed sanitary sewer systems upon the system requiring governmental agencies. Developers shall develop strict accordance with the plan, conditional use plan, except otherwise modified herein, with the terms and conditions of this resolution and any agreements required this resolutions. Notwithstanding this condition, the developer may modify the plans such as a single access gate emergency to be installed by the township, Newtown and Marple line in the driveway. Entrance egresses for lot 3 may go to the Newtown Township side of the line. In regard to lot 3, shall have an easement through Newtown side emergency access to the lot 3 driveway, but no parking shall be permitted on the emergency egress or access. Developers to extend practical and permitted conservation districts shall not use plastic materials for the soil stabilization. Developers shall enter into a developer financial security and stormwater operations and maintenance agreements with the township to be prepared by the township solicitor. The township manager is authorized to execute agreements when approved by the township solicitor and engineer. Payment of all outstanding fees, deposits, costs owned by the township developer shall be made prior to recording the plans. Developer shall provide the township engineer, the township solicitor, and all legal descriptions for the easements prior to recording of the plans. The developer shall comply in all respects of the applicable township codes, ordinance, and regulations, as well as applicable county, state, or federal regulation. Developer must obtain the township, state, county, and federal permits plans. The developer shall work with the arborist for a screening on the adjacent property on Gradyville Road as discussed tonight. And the developer will see if we can do enhanced buffering for lot 3 to the extent determined feasible by the township engineer and arborist. That is my motion or resolution.
Not sure if I got read.
Take it from the top, Paul.
So there are waiver requests. What was it? It wasn't. The following, yeah, and all the waiver requests in this application. Yes, Rich? Yes. Rich.
Motion is made by Supervisor San Francisco, seconded by Supervisor Roberts Lightcap. Is there any board discussion? The only thing I want to say, and I know it's getting late out, so I live close enough to this application where I received a conditional use notice to it. And I just want to say to Mr. Petroza and to Ms. DiPaton, and to the residents, quite frankly, they could have come in with a road, which we heard loud and clear from a lot of residents that they didn't want. And I appreciate their willingness over the last probably 2 years of working with the township staff to come up with a solution that was, quite frankly, fair and equitable to both the township and then also to the applicant. I think this is the best product that we could have squeezed through for massaging out all the details. I think also, as we heard in the, and this is not necessarily related to the land development, but even with the conditional use, it was very minor conditional use relief that was granted there for this development itself. I also think that, it's the best product that we as the township were able to get. And I think it's a fair product for everyone. And I want to just thank Mr. Petroza and Ms. DiPaton Robinson for working with the township over the last 2+ years. Actually, I know it's longer than that because I've been on the board for 6 years and you guys, so almost 10 years, I guess, because it was well before I came. I thought it would have been someone else's problem, but here we are. So again, this is coming from someone who's not just sitting here as a supervisor, but someone who is in that affected area. So I wanted to say thank you. Any other public comment, any other board comment? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All
Aye.
opposed? Motion carries.
Yeah, Mike stayed on.
Mike stayed on. You're good, Mr. Petroza.
Thank you.
Thank you. And then we'll just go through this quickly. 15.2, consider approving resolution 2025-24, resolution in support of Vision Zero. Supervisor Chanlis.
Okay.
You want one?
Resolution number 2025-24, resolution in support of Vision Zero. Whereas Vision Zero is a comprehensive strategy to eliminate all traffic-related deaths and severe injuries while promoting safe mobility for all. And whereas the 24,132 traffic crashes reported in Delaware County between 2018 and 2022 have resulted in 895 serious injuries and 130 lives lost. And whereas the health and safety of its residents is the utmost priority of Newtown Township. And whereas the implementation of a Vision Zero strategy will improve resident health and safety, expand transportation options, and encourage the economic and environmental resiliency of Newtown Township. And whereas the Pennsylvania Department of Transportation Strategic Highway Safety Plan is committed to a towards zero death model of highway safety, which plans to achieve zero traffic fatalities by 2050. And whereas Delaware County Comprehensive Plan Objective TR2 identifies multiple policies in support of improving the safety of the county's transportation network and encourages municipalities to adopt Vision Zero policies to eliminate fatalities and serious injuries on roadways. And whereas roadway design, transportation safety, and mobility improvements adhere to the complete streets considerations identified in the Delaware County Comprehensive Plan, and thereby help improve resident safety, reduce congestion, provide health and environmental benefit, and make Newtown Township and the county more resilient and economically competitive. And whereas Delaware County is developing a countywide Vision Zero action plan to build a safer transportation system for everyone and eliminate traffic-related deaths and severe injuries by 2050. And whereas over 2,300 residents in Delaware County have expressed support and participated in the Vision Zero action plan through meetings, interviews, comment forums, and walk audits. And whereas the Delaware Valley Regional Planning Commission is developing a long-range strategy action program with the goal of eliminating traffic-related deaths and severe injuries by 2050. Whereas Newtown Township will join other municipalities around the nation in recognizing that crashes that result in death or severe injury are not inevitable, but largely preventable and stem in part from roadway design that insufficiently accounts for human error and fails to adequately protect multimodal transportation users. And whereas Newtown Township will join Delaware County and municipalities around the nation in committing to the elimination of traffic-related fatalities and injuries by the year 2050. Now, therefore, be it resolved that Newtown Township does hereby affirm that even one death or serious injury on its roads is too many. Commit to, in any way deemed appropriate, the elimination of traffic-related fatalities and serious injuries by 2050 via a local Vision Zero initiative. Commit to, in any way deemed appropriate, assisting in concurrent Vision Zero initiatives relevant to Newtown Township, including the Delaware County Vision Zero Action Plan, adopted this 8th day of December 20th.
Aye.
Ninth day. Adopted
The
this.
one issue the gentleman pointed out earlier.
Oh, we fixed it.
We fixed
We fixed it. Yeah.
Yeah.
We're
We rephrased it, yeah.
And I did note to Evan that this was the ordinance that was given to us from the county. So I don't know how many other municipalities adopted that without picking that up, but we'll let them know that Evan Pappas at Tyson Road picked that up and Newtown Township deemed it corrected. You have a second there, Supervisor Chanlis? Or a
Well,
second?
I didn't.
Second.
Seconded by, what?
I didn't hear one.
A motion was made by Supervisor Chanlis, seconded by Supervisor Robert Slycap. Is there any further board discussion on this? All those in favor signify by, yeah.
Aye.
All those in,
I was just gonna say that, my only caveat is obviously we can't control completely. I mean, we will do everything we can to reduce traffic fatalities, but we obviously can't guarantee that because we're not driving every single car on the road.
this is correct, and this will open us up to grant opportunities with support from the county, which is one of the leading purposes on this. So all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries. Any board comment? Any additional public comment? All the meeting's adjourned. Thank you, everyone.
Missed the victory party.
Yeah, I got the